You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, spring is here, and we are getting all of the sunshine, the rain, the early April showers, even though we're still in March, storms, cold fronts, climate change. However, it is feeling more and more like spring as the days go by. I mean, this weekend was pretty chill. Not a really chill weekend. I did not do too much, which I'm happy about. Well, that's the thing. I did a lot, but not a lot of like public activity. I did a lot of grading because funny enough, the end of spring semester is next month, like mid-April is when CCP concludes their spring semester. So I'm going to be done for spring semester. I am going to be doing some summer teaching, but I think it's going to be mostly online because I now have my classes designed. I'm going to be designing another online course, but it will probably be a lot of it will be online. I don't know. Who knows? They might want me to come in person, but I have an online course that I can run now. So, because last summer I designed my public speaking course online last summer, and I was teaching classes in person. I'm trying to strike that balance, especially for the summer, because I'm getting booked, and I don't like to say the word booked and busy, but in this regard, it's a good thing. So I'm gonna be booked and busy this summer, and so I am trying to see what that looks like. But I will have a nice break because summer courses do not start until mid-May, so I will have like a month of like no classes, no teaching, just chilling, which will be great because I'm also going to be using that time to really finalize this book, which I'm making strong inroads to. Like I'm at like 85% done with the book, 85%. And it's getting fun. I'm getting ready to do the second to last chapter on the 2024 presidential election. Won't get into what I'm talking about. I mean, kind of know some of it, but I'm on that. So this is like the second to last chapter. So yeah, I listen. I'm not playing any games. I'm when I'm in book mode, writing mode. You're gonna see me when you see me. But yeah, I've been writing, grading, doing a lot of grading, catching up with just a lot of like tasks, little things like, you have these little things we have to do this thing. Like I had to do a training, some type of training, online virtual training I had to do for something that I had been holding off on because I just, but this weekend was the get shit done weekend. Like I had all these like little check off boxes of things I just need to just get out the way. And so that's good. Some good planning for the Media Professional Awards, which is coming up in May. The honorees are going to be announced in April, early April. So stay tuned. Some of the honorees might surprise you. Some of them might shock you. But it's going to be a very, very good time. So I was like, this weekend was just a very chill weekend. I was, cuddled up with Mr. Johnson, chilling, writing, eating, but just at home. Just at home. Sometimes you just need those weekends just to be at home. You don't always have to be doing something. And I'm talking to myself. Like my ass don't always have to be outside. Like I even look at like this upcoming weekend, next weekend. I have nothing to do next weekend. And I'm going to be pushing through with this book and getting some shit done. Like I love this. I love this for me. Next weekend is clear. Okay? And I'm not going to anything either. Like don't ask me to go to anything unless it's free. Like a lot of you are asking me, oh, why are you at the mayor's mass ball? Well, let's start with the first part. Whose ball is it? And that already answers your question. We don't even have to go further with that. Like, what? I don't even go to the mayor's mass ball. I think I only went one time when Kenny was mayor. This was a couple years ago, many years ago. Listen, those are one of those type of events where, listen, I support HBCUs. Hell, I've been a professor at one. Might be another one very soon. Anyway, I support. Of course, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Of course, I'm too busy trying to teach these kids. So I support HBCUs, and there's various ways to give money and support, actually. So for me, the cause, I support the cause, fund HBCUs, all of that stuff. I don't need to go to the mayor's mass ball to do that. Also, I just find that this event, outside the cause, because if anything, buy a ticket, don't go. Support the cause. There's other ways to support, but the event itself is just one of the most pretentious, obnoxious. It's the same people you see all the time. It's the same pomp and circumstance. And you just think to yourself, but I don't bother this event too much because it is one of the few events where it is for a good cause that I really believe in. So I don't really go into the nits and grits of the event's feng shui because I'm just kind of like, well, this is a cause worthy, even if the people are insufferable. So it's an insufferable group of people, but the cause is very notable compared to other events where you're like, why are we here? Like that business, what is that business lunch that they do every year? The chamber, the Philadelphia Chamber, Business Chamber, not the African American Chamber, but the chamber luncheon that the mayor always do. Like that event is so it's so obnoxious. Like I don't care. Like none of that gets like that is the kind of event where I don't mind being like right. And then dinner and blanc, right? Another event does not go to charity, does not support black causes or education, like you know. So the mayor's mass ball is like one of my events that I skip personally, like I don't care to go to, but I don't talk about it, I don't criticize it as much because I do support the cause. So this is a gathering of the most pretentious, obnoxious, most annoying black folks in Philadelphia that come together to give money to a very great cause. The crowd is annoying, but the cause is so good. Okay? So that's like why I give it a pass. Like I never talk about it. Because I don't really have anything nice to say about the event itself outside the cause that it funds. Like I've gone, so I know. And even someone I know recently went this year. I look at the pictures, I look at the execution event, I'm just like, but the cause is worthy. So if anything, I will let people live. I will let the political class of Philadelphia, I will let them, that caste system, I will let them live because the cause is much more worthier than them. So yeah, that's why I was not there. I don't go to the mass ball, but I support black HBCUs and black students going to college every day, all day, probably more than they do. But that's me. So I spent the weekend writing my book, grading assignments, chilling, being cozy, um, and read a good book while I was writing my book, like in between. Black Single Mother by Jamila Lemuel is a very good book. Got a chance to finally read it in full. She came to Philly, Jamila did. She's an AKA, so we're like first fam. But she's an incredible feminist writer, black feminist, cultural critic. She's written for Ebony. She's written for Vanity Fair. She's been around. Okay, one of the OGs of Black Twitter. Okay, one of the OGs of Black Twitter. You've definitely seen her. If you've ever been on Twitter, even on Threads, she's quite causing quite the stir on Threads right now. But I love her. She came to Philly. She had a book signing at the African American Museum. It was sponsored by Uncle Bobby's Books, so I saw Dr. Mark Lamont Hill there. She was in conversation with him and Feminista Jones, and they discussed the book about being black single mother. But he moderated the conversation. They were in conversation as two black single mothers, and it was a great conversation. It was a great topic. Very packed out room. A lot of the women in the room were black single mothers, and the book is getting a lot of controversy because of the subject matter, But I think it's one of those situations where you have to read it to understand the nuances. It's not the way in which we see Black parenthood. It's a very nuanced, rich, candid perspective. And Jamila doesn't only pull from her experience. She interviews over 20 other Black single mothers who have different experiences, okay, with the fathers in their children's life. Like, it's very different. It's not the "I hate black men ain't shit" book. It's not. It talks about it in a very different way. And as someone who grew up with a Black single mother at a certain point in my life, but of course had a stepdad and has had all the experiences, I appreciated how this book takes shape. And it's not what you think it is. You really should really read the book. Like, don't judge a book by its title. I remember I had the same experience with The Case for Cancel Culture, where I had a bunch of people just bashing the book, and I was like, did you read the fucking book? Do you actually know how I define cancel culture? Like, please. But she knows this, and she believes that it's a book that will be a slow burn, and my book was that. My book came in with a bang, and it was a book that came in hot, and then through time just found itself building and building and building. And nowadays with books, I tell people, because a lot of people don't read as much as they used to, books like that have to be expanded. You have to go on a campaign. You have to campaign for a subject matter like that. Like, it's not a book that just goes instant, I get it, I love it. And it's not meant to be. I think it's meant to be read. It's meant to be debated. It's meant to have deep discussions and thinking. And you're not going in certain books, unless, and you know what's funny is that books that often do that nowadays are fantasy books, sequels of books, or memoirs, where they're celebrity memoirs. But big idea books is what I call them. Big idea books is what I describe Jamila's book, my books, the type of books that I write. They're not going to automatically get traction unless you're like a major celebrity or politician. So if you're not those individuals, or this is your first book, this is her debut book, then it's going to take time to marinate, to build, to get word of mouth. People have to read it, consume it, digest it, and then talk about it. Now, if you're someone who's already written books, then like Malcolm Gladwell or Adam Grant, then yeah, people are going to automatically gravitate towards your book because you've already put it out there, right? But for new debut writers and authors, she's a debut author. She's been writing for a long time, but as a debut author with a book like that, it's going to take a book tour, which is what she's doing. She went to Philadelphia. It was received well. I was there in the crowd, got to ask a question. But books like that is going to take that. You're going to have to go out and travel. You're going to have to engage with people if they're not very safe, topical books. With my book, I knew that. I knew that a title like The Case for Cancel Culture, I was going to have to make the case for cancel culture. And so going on a book tour over a dozen different cities across the U.S., multiple stops, I knew that I was going to have to speak to people from Martha's Vineyard to Detroit to Chicago to New Orleans to Boston to New York to DC. I had to go everywhere. I mean, I had to travel with this. To Houston, of course. I had to travel with this book. And I appreciate that journey. I was in LA, both coasts, preaching the gospel about this book and explaining what this book meant, and getting on different types of talk shows and radio shows and publications. We had an excerpt in Rolling Stone. We did curriculum at HBCU at Cheney. My book was a required reading in a course at Cheney. That's what you have to do with big idea books. And that's what she's doing. And so, my hat goes out, go out to her. I tell people all the time who's writing these books, this idea of I'm going to write this book and everybody's going to like it and it's going to be an instant New York Times bestseller. That's just not the world. Not for Black authors, not for authors who are newcomers. That's just not the reality. And I think in this day and age, getting a book to be picked up, to get a book deal, I can't even begin. I have a second book deal, okay, in less than 5 years. My book came out in 2023. I got my book deal official in January of this year. To be able to get a second major book deal for a respected book publisher, that's not common. To be able to do this again. on a subject matter that's not rooted in my personal trauma or homophobia or all the little tropes that they want young Black queer writers to write about. Like that, to do this again, like within itself is a victory. I already feel like a winner before I've even have sent my final manuscript. Like I already feel like I've already achieved success already. So whatever comes after this is like, whoa. Because to even think that I was able to do this as quickly, I always, I don't say underestimate myself, but I oftentimes do not put pressure on myself to do beyond. Like for me, my mindset was I want to get a second book deal, maybe within 5 years. That's where my head was at. Because I was told that the kind of books that I wanted to write, that wasn't going to happen until by the time I'm 40. I got it, my book deal. I got my first book deal at 29. I was 29 when I got my first book deal. I was like 29. I think I was at 29. Yeah. Either 29. Yeah, 29. 29 years old. So to then turn around and get this book deal under 35 at 34 is like, so I've learned I don't complain. I don't complain. I have nothing to complain about. I don't put these like expectations for me. One of my biggest successes in my career is that I consistently am underestimated. Even in spite of all of the major milestones and kick-ass things I've done, that's just the nature of the industry. And the good thing about being underestimated often is that you don't have the pressure. Like I don't know what Timothy Chalamet is, but poor baby, to be a white young man like him with all the riches, to be straight, to be that. He's got big expectations on him. People are expecting him to get an Academy Award before he's 40, which I think he can do. But like, think about Michael B. Jordan. Like, expectations on Michael B. Jordan compared to Timothy Chalamet is very different. And, that's a byproduct of racism and everything else, right? But that's the thing, right? Because I'm Black, young, queer, all the things, and I do the work that I do, people don't expect me to achieve even as much as I have done because of what they presume to be the obstacles I face. And so it's always a wonderful thing that I operate in the space of nobody's expecting that much greatness from me. And I don't mean that in like supporters and people that believe in me do. People that believe in me like me, oh, they don't expect anything less. But the larger industry and the public at large, right? Their expectations for me is very limited. That's been the case my entire life. Like, if you all knew me, like back then, I mean, even then, like when I was in high school, my counselors, high school counselors was like, except one, but my other high school counselors looked at it like, yo, go to, the best school you're going to go to is Rice University, which is not a bad school, by the way, in Houston, Rice University. They were like, go to Texas Southern University, not TSU, Texas State University. They had these very like, I think it was a University of Texas. No, it was UT Austin. Go to the University of Texas, Austin. That was what they pushed me to. That or Rice. Like if I go to UT Austin, that would be a big deal. And so they set the parameters on if you can get into that school, if you get there or get into Rice. Like Rice was the big school. If you get into Rice, you'll be, but they really was like, if you get into UT Austin or Baylor, you'll be fine. That was what the metric was set for me in high school. So imagine getting accepted into a bunch of Ivy League institutions, getting full ride scholarships and picking between Ivy League schools when the baseline for you was Rice University. Imagine that. Then imagine going to the University of Pennsylvania and people underestimating your intelligence. Like people thought some people questioned how smart I was because I didn't study the way that they studied. I didn't need Adderall. I didn't, no shade to people that have to actually take it. But people were taking Adderall. But listen, shit, that was not prescribed, okay? But I didn't do those things. I didn't drink coffee. And so people just assumed that because I wasn't as intense as of a studier as them, that they assumed that I was not as intelligent or smart. So people made assumptions about my talent, my academic ability. I mean, people now don't do that as much. I don't think people really think I'm dumb anymore. I think I've beat the dumb allegations. But people, when I went to Penn, people just assume, people question my intelligence because of what my major was. Like, you're studying communication? Like, because they thought that was an easy major. People thought, oh, you're not studying this major, that major. But they didn't really realize that I actually had a fascination and interest in communication studies. Like, I actually studied communication because I was actually fascinated about media. Like, I didn't study it to get an easy GPA, quote unquote, to just pass on by. Like, I actually wanted to be in the field of media and journalism. And people thought that was a joke. People thought that my ambition of having, wanting to be a journalist, to even pursue media, that was like a joke and a waste of my time to go to a school like the University of Pennsylvania. What a waste of a degree, I was told by so many people. Like, oh, you're majoring in communication. Like, you're not going to get into the industry. Like, you should do consulting. You should do whatever. And it was even controversial because I came into Penn with a pre-law interest. I was interested in law school, going to law, and my major was in politics, and I wanted to do political science, and I thought that was my future. And so when I changed my major, there were people who frowned upon that, like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like, that's so dumb. Like, why would you not be pre-law? Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, I had all this judgment and projection. And I realized at the time I didn't know it was projection. But at the time I was like, well, this is what I'm interested in. Like, I'm studying what I'm interested in. Like, my mindset was, I have a full ride that I bust my ass and earned. I worked hard throughout my high school, middle school, did all this shit to get here, only to be told that I can't be who I want to be. Going to a school like this, blasphemy. I didn't believe that. I just didn't, I never believed that. I said to myself, if I am at a school like the University of Pennsylvania, if I'm at a school this prestigious, if I can't study what I want to study and become who the fuck I want to be, then what's the point of this shit? Because that's what I was told. I was told growing up in high school and middle school, if you go to those type of schools, you can be whoever you want to fucking be. So I went to Penn and became who the fuck I wanted to be. Now, some of my peers, they didn't believe that. They did not have an imagination to be who they want to be. But what I want to say is that all of my friends who went to Penn became who they wanted to be. My friend wanted to be a lawyer. She became a lawyer. My friend wanted to be in psychology. She became a psychiatrist. She became a therapist. That's what she wanted to be. Okay? My husband wanted to be a comms director, wanted to be in media, wanted to be a boss, wanted to do media like I did. He now has his own PR firm. All of my friends who went to Penn to be who they wanted to be became who they wanted to be. We didn't play them games. And interesting enough, I would say most of the Black folks that I'm cool with that went to Penn, the stuff that they aspired, that they desire to do, they actually are doing in their respective fields, including the dirtbag Warden wannabe economics bros. They all went to Wall Street. They all became the finance pros that they actually wanted to be. They wanted to be that, and they became that, but we all actually became who we wanted to be. There are different people that I know, like a lot of white folks that I went to school with at Penn, that are not doing what they wanted to do because they didn't believe, in their dream. They didn't believe in their dream. But a lot of my friends who actually sought out what they wanted to do are in the respective fields that they want to do. Even some of the friends who want to be actors, like my friend who I went to school with, Kaylin Coleman, she's doing Broadway shows, off Broadway. She's doing acting. She's on TV shows. She's doing her big one. Like, she's actually an actress and she's doing a good job. But she went to Penn and she was acting. And we did plays together in college. Like, we were acting together in college. Like, she's actually doing what she wanted to do. Another girl I know, Nicole Cohn, who I studied in Edinburgh, she wanted to be a filmmaker. She wanted to get into cinema studies, and she studied cinema studies, and now she's doing film. Like, we was doing it. the girl who, when I was doing a TV show, I did a TV show on campus. This woman named Kelly Diamond. She's doing production for Love Island. Like, she's in TV doing her big one. She was filming me doing silly shows for UTV, which was our campus TV station. We're out here doing it. I did a radio show in college called Ernestly Speaking. I now do a radio show now in real life. I now have my own podcast called Ernestly Speaking. So, yeah. Like, yeah. I don't know what to say. But I've always been underestimated. When I decided to be entrepreneurial, I said I wanted to have a media. I want to have my company was called Ernest Me Empire. I said I wanted to have a media empire. I said I want to be a media mogul. I said I wanted to be in business. People looked at me and said, "Well, you need to go to Wharton. You're not refined enough. You're not polished enough." I got on a fucking Forbes 30 under 30 list at 27 years old. I was 28. I was 28 when I got on the list. Yeah, was it 2019? Yeah, I was 27 when they lit me up. I was 28 when I got on the list. I was 28. Yeah, 28 years old. Got on Forbes 30 under 30. Okay? And then that brings me to today. I landed on the front cover of the Philadelphia Business Journal for their diversity in business leaders honorees. I was honored this week by the Philadelphia Business Journal as one of their diversity in business honorees. I am a diverse business owner. I was on the front cover of the Philadelphia Business Journal, which is crazy to me for so many reasons. I won't say all of it here. I'm going to say that for my friends. I don't want to get too in the weeds. But it's funny for so many reasons, because a lot of people used to joke that I was snubbed on their 40 under 40 list. I've never got on their 40 under 40 list for the life of me. Like, everybody will always, people nominate me. I would never be on the list. And I would argue, I used to joke and say, oh, the Philadelphia Business Journal, they're not putting someone like me on there, acknowledging people like me, because I am not the prim, respectable, proper type of person that they oftentimes give it to. They give it to the Doug Olivers, who I was on the list with. They give it to the, Lorraine Marshall Blakes. They give it to those corporate business suit and tie type of folks. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, get it how you live, right? But people like me who curse on social media, that call politicians out and is very anti-capitalist in nature, they're not putting a person like me out. They're not going to acknowledge a person like me. I don't come from anybody's major company. So I thought. But the universe has a way of laughing at me. It reminds me every time that my biggest currency is authenticity. That realness translates through every industry, no matter who you are, what you look like, how you say it. That realness is going to translate into different spaces. There are people right now in a Comcast C-suite that gets a weekly subscription from the Philadelphia Business Journal that is going to see my loud, black, gay ass on the front cover of that publication and say, who let this in here? I just know it is such a, like, I don't know what to say. I'm literally flabbergasted. You could have never paid me any time to tell me that your gay ass, your black, woke, radical, your ass is going to be on the front cover of that publication. Could have paid me to. Would have never thought that. Was quick to say, nope, that's not happening. But what I've learned is that in 2026, anything can happen. Anything can happen. And I'm going to not say that it cannot happen. Because shit can just happen. You just never fucking know. Like, you just don't. My whole career has been just what? And it's just, and I've just have learned that the ingredient is just being myself. I'm just gonna be myself, even when it don't reward me, and when it do, because I can't be anybody else. I can't. And I just love it because it's a big middle finger and a big motivation to people who continue to tell people to tone it down. This is the way you got to do it. This is the way to act, because it's just not true. And we know this because we see it every day in the White House. We was all told that you had to be dignified, respectable, classy, proper. You had to marry a certain type of woman. You had to be a certain type of way. And that was how you would be electable. But I think we're realizing every day how none of the rules apply when you got that swag. So I guess I got the kind of swag that maybe you have to do that, but I don't. And I'll keep it all the way 100. People say that, some of these awards are pay to play. You got to buy an ad in the booklet. You got to buy a table. You got to spend money. I will tell you this. I did not spend not one dime, y'all. I didn't do that. I know other people got corporations that give their money and get them ads and get them on these lists. Baby, I didn't cut a check. I didn't buy an ad in the Philadelphia Business Journal. I didn't buy a table. I didn't buy any sponsorship. I didn't do a damn thing. I didn't do anything. I got emailed. I was told I was nominated. I accepted the honor. I did the photo shoot. And that is it. I don't pay to play for anything that I get. I don't. I believe what's for me is for me. With Forbes, it was the same thing. I wasn't even attached to a major company. They honored my work. Was I nominated? Was somebody out there looking at me, thinking of me? Bless you. But that's what I tell people. The work will do the work. It will work. The work will work itself out. You don't have to play these games. I don't politic for anything. I don't. I just believe in the goodwill of the universe. People are out there looking at what you do, what you say, how you act, and they're either going to be a gatekeeper or they're going to be opening the door. I have people that, because of who I am and how I show up, are slamming that door in my fucking face. And for every door that's slammed, there's about several others that open. This fucking city, right? Philadelphians, okay, folks in Philly that was going to keep me out of, well, they can't stop it, brother, but will not consider me to say, yo, Ernest, you should come. I don't feel entitled. Let me be very clear. I don't feel entitled to anything. Let me be clear. I don't feel entitled. But when people ask these questions, I just give people answers, right? There are people in this city that will have events and will say that they can't find diverse, queer voices that are truth tellers, right? No. Just say that there are people you just don't like, right? There are people out here, you just don't like the people that are options, and so you therefore don't acknowledge them. That's fine. Do your thing, but don't say we don't exist, right? But in this city, there are people who need people in this city to get them on national stages. I can go and show up anywhere in this country. I have been to the Grammys. I have been to South by Southwest. I have traveled. I have had in speaking engagements in places. And not one time did I need this city's power circle to get me there. Look, I didn't have to play the pole position. I didn't have to. And I want my career to be an inspiration and a motivation to other like-minded people, even if you can't do it the way I do it, right? But to just know that when they tell you it's not possible to show up the way that I show up, it can. You might have to be a little bit more strategic. You might have to make sure your ducks are in order, but it can happen. And even for someone like myself, I look at my shit and go, wow, that really happened. What? Realness is the currency. Realness, consistency, persistency, dedication. They asked me in an interview, which you can go to the link in the bio. They asked me, what is a word that I would describe myself, and it was unrelenting. I'm unrelenting. That's how I describe myself in an interview. I describe myself in the Philadelphia Business Journal. They said, what is one word to describe me? And I describe myself as being unrelenting. Unrelenting. Because that is the best way to describe me. I can't envision another word that hits it on that nail. But unrelenting is how I'll best describe it. Because at a time like now, what we're seeing right now in this world, people got to speak up. People got to have courage. People got to speak truth to power. People cannot cow down to the powers that be. Unrelenting is the word that I would best describe myself, and that's how I describe myself in an interview. So when y'all see that, just know that that's how I describe myself. Yeah. I just continue to just do the work. Just continue to do the work. Continue to be myself. Continue to just stay true to my views and my values, and demand an explanation. Demand more. Demand better. I think that's just has been my mode. It's just been, I'm not going to let people tell me it's not possible. I'm not going to let people tell me it can't happen. I've seen too many, I've been around too long, and I've heard too many bogus explanations for things. Why things can't happen, why things can't be the way they are. They always can be. You just have to demand it and not accept no for an answer. Yeah, don't accept it. Don't accept it. Don't let people tell you it's not possible. The goalpost continues to move each and every time. Every time the goalpost moves, every time people are like, oh, you couldn't get this because of this. And then you do that thing. And my mindset is always, and now what? Now what? Now what? That's my mood. Now what? Every time someone says, oh, you can't do this. This can't happen because of this. We can't do this because of this. I then turn around and go, now what? That's my mood. Now what? Every single time. Because I don't believe people. I don't believe folks when they say that. When they say, oh, we can't do this because of this. And then you do that thing. And you go, and now what? What's the new excuse? What's going to be the new explanation? Because there is none. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for why you cannot achieve or do that thing if you are committed. There was no reason why I couldn't be. So now I ask questions like, well, why not? Why can't I? And then when I do, I then go, now what? I'll leave it there. Whew, so much to unpack. So much to unpack there. But it's real. I mean, you get to a certain point where you're tired. You're tired of the excuses, the mediocrity, the okie dokes. You want to demand more. You start expecting more. Demand more. That's all. So, before I move on the record, Ernestly this week was really fun. The link will be in the bio. The link is in the link tree if you want to hear that interview. I talked about a couple of interesting things going on, and I went off about some stuff, and we'll talk more about it when I get to the local news and politics. But I didn't have a special guest on this past week because I wanted to catch up because I wasn't on there last week. So this was like a spring revival. We're going to have a special guest next week. Interview should be really, really interesting. Looking forward to that interview. But there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to unpack, and I'm looking forward to some big conversations. I want to address this one thing, and I did not want to talk about it publicly because I'm trying. Certain people are not warranted of a public call out. I don't care as enough. But I know when people message me and hit me up, I don't. You all had asked me about this. I'm going to address it here, and I'm not going to really talk much about it because I really don't feel like it requires that much. And there's two things that happen. So trust me, we're going to talk about something else. We're going to talk about that because I don't have any problem talking about the things. But I want to talk about this real quick. So Philly Black Pride did a list of 250 change makers in the city. 250 Black queer change makers. As always, as you can predict, as you can expect, yours truly was not on the list. I know there's 250 Black queer people in Philadelphia. That first of all, let's start with that. 250 Black queer people in Philadelphia that are considered change makers, and there was no room for Mr. Ernest Owens. So, first of all, I'm not surprised. I do have a very contentious relationship with the organizers of Philly Black Pride, and this has gone back for the past 10 years. A couple years ago, it was Olive Branch Extended. They invited me and they honored me with something at Philly Black Pride a couple years ago with a group of people. But there was different changes in leadership and things, and it was just a very different time. And I accepted it and I went to the event. But the relationship with Philly Black Pride organizers and myself has always been contentious. And this goes back to the fact that they were very, very much on the wrong side of history when it came to neighborhood racism. When there were bars like Eye Candy that the owner, which now that bar does not exist, look at that, was caught on camera using the N-word, referring to a former employee as the N-word, and said it loud and proud multiple times. While there were community members protesting and boycotting that bar, organizers affiliated with them did a backdoor partnership deal with them to organize an event with them during Black Pride Month, and was trying to, as they were trying to get back Black patrons back to the bar. And what a sellout, at the time. They were sellouts. I called them sellouts. I was like, we have this moment where we are fighting against this, and you all are going to collaborate with Woody's and these bars while all this racism is happening, and we're trying to demand something, and you all are backdoor collaborating, and they did this horrible apology video with the owner at the time. His name was Daryl DiPiano, and did this apology video with him and tried to promote the bar. And I was like, this is co-option. This is co-opting a real movement right now. And those organizers was trash for that. And I spoke out about it. And there was a town hall, and it got real confrontational. They have a history at the time of really not doing right by the trans community. Black trans women talked about how those events, they didn't feel seen at those events. There was a lot of controversy, and I was talking about and covering it, and some of those same guys didn't really care for me. Now, years have passed. They've tried to rebrand themselves. They want to act like they're in tune with community. That's neither here nor there. But there's still grudges that they've held with people like me and others. And all I got to say is that when it don't make sense, it don't make sense. It's weird to me that I think maybe they don't know what a change maker is, because I'm not only just talking about myself, but I'm looking at that list and I'm like, there are 2 Black state reps in Philadelphia. Malcolm Kenyatta and Andre Carroll. 2 Black state reps. They're the only 2 openly Black gay state reps representing Philadelphia. Like, these are Black gay men openly in our city. And they're not on that list either. Selena Morrison, one of the most influential Black trans women in Philadelphia, not on that list. I could go on. Because now y'all like, well, who the fuck is on that list then? Listen, I always tell people, you don't have to like a person or agree with a person, but don't be a hater. That's just hateration right there. That's just hateration. They can create their own little rationale for explaining it, but that's just hateration. They hate it. Because here's the thing, right? I have been the co-editor of the most influential list for Philadelphia Magazine. I don't give a fuck about what my personal thoughts are about certain individuals. But you know, I have did write-ups of Malcolm Kenyatta. He's been on that list. Of course, the mayor, different people, certain people I don't care for personally. But you cannot not say these people are not influential, that they are not powerful, that they're not relevant. Like, you cannot deny that. See, my thing for me is that I have conflict with people that I typically find to be my peers or on my level or in a universe that I'm in, right? The random everyday little person that's walking down the street that got something to say about me on social media, I don't give a fuck what they think, right? But it matters, right? Like when people say, oh, you have beef or you have disagreements with the mayor. Well, I would rather you say I have disagreements with the mayor because a very powerful, influential person, right? Or people say, oh, you know, I noticed that you and Malcolm Kenyatta don't see eye to eye. Well, he's also a person of stature. He's the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, the DNC. Like, I want to be in conversations where the people that you all say I got smoke with are people of actual relevance, power, and fucking influence. Like, there's a difference, right? There's a difference when people like, if clearly Josh Shapiro, right, is avoiding an interview with me or his camp or even the mayor because I fucking matter. There's a difference between how power works. It's not about whether you personally like a person, but you see them and you acknowledge their actual influence. The Park administration does not fucking like me. That's fine. But you know what? When I say something, you know what? They stand up and they listen. We're going to talk about what I mean by that. When I say something, it matters. It changes policy. It changes protocol. It changes the way things move. That's what a motherfucking change maker is. And the reality is that even in these dynamics, whether you like the way I do it or not, what you cannot deny is that you're listening and you're seeing things happen because of it. And you can sit somewhere and you can pout and go, I don't like that he time. But guess what? You can't deny that it's happening. You can't deny that you talked about it. You can't deny that it's in the conversation. And so I'm always going to give people their guts. Do I care much for Malcolm King as a politician? No. But he made history. And you know who did the headline story when he made that history? Me. You know who covered his race when he won? I did. Because that's about being fair. It's not about whether or not you stand for a person. We got to stop all this. We got to be accurate now. You know? Like, you know, Andre Carroll is a black state rep in Germantown. Does not come from a political family and earn that seat. And like, he's not a change maker. Selena Morrison, the first black trans woman, trans person, period, to be leading a city institution, like as an elected, to have a director position. She ain't the first to be but the first to be in that role like that. That's not a change maker to you? You thought that you could run a list like that and leave out people. You done left out the big three. The big three, the three black leading black gay men in this city is me, Andre Carroll, Malcolm. That's the big three. That's the big three. You left the big three out? Like, you left the big three out? You left the big three out. That's all I'm saying. You left the big three out. And you think people will take that list seriously. Bless your heart. So I'm going to pop my shit here. That's it. I got off my chest. Y'all kept asking me. And here's the thing. Some of y'all do this to instigate. Don't ask me why I'm not on a list that I don't have any agency on. That's the messiness. Some of y'all just being messy. Why are you not here? You ask them. You asking the wrong person. Maybe y'all are in their DMs asking them why they did what they did. And they in the comments being all defensive, talking about something. This was community. You know what? I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm going to tell y'all some shit. I'm going to tell y'all some messiness. Because you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to say this. The president of Philly Black Pride was in my DMs a couple of weeks ago asking me for a list of recommendations of people, Black queer people in the media that he was wanting to know who should be on that list. I gave him my email address. I told him to hit me up and I would give him a list. And I explained to him, the difference between my organization and other ones, but explained to him that. So if you could come to me, Big Daddy, okay, and ask me where the girls are, then you already know where the change maker is, sir. You already know where the change maker is. Because if you was coming to me asking me, then you know what I do and what I lead. So then this will omit me off the list to not have me on there was a choice. You asked me for nominations and recommendations, only to then turn around and put those people on the list and then leave the person let me out. Listen, I just want to say that for me, that was where the joke lies for me. That's what was the funniest thing to me. The funniest thing to me was that you asked me where the people are, put said people on, and then left me out. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Shout out to my little brother Josh East Philly, who got honored. We're gonna be doing some other things that April, but shout out to my little brother Josh, who was listen. So okay, one more shady thing. Malcolm Kenyatta's husband, Dr. Matt, was on there, but not Malcolm himself. Child. Petty LaBelle. Petty. They was reaching to get that 250 list and to exclude them people. They was reaching to get petty. They put one of my little brothers on, but not listen. Choices were made. Bless their hearts. All right, we're going to move on. So, Trump. I don't even, the goalpost keeps getting moved with this man and with y'all. We're going to talk about Robert Mueller. Okay? Robert Mueller, who led the Russian investigation and the Bureau after 9/11, continues to be the target. This man died on Saturday, and Donald Trump was cheering his death. This man was a towering figure in federal law enforcement. And this man puts on Truth Social, Trump says, Robert S. Mueller III just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. This man died at 81 years old after being diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. So I want to understand something. We just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated last year, and everybody named Mama was saying we shouldn't mourn we shouldn't celebrate the dead. We shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. Listen. Chuck Norris, who passed away this weekend, I didn't even acknowledge it. I just moved on. Next case. That was my mindset. Chuck Norris had passed away. Anybody who know who Chuck Norris is, now he was Walker, Texas Ranger when I was growing up, but Chuck Norris passed away at 86. If anybody paid attention to Chuck Norris's legacy over the past recent years, Listen, I I I I don't listen. I just moved on. But Chuck Norris was somebody that, passed away. I just moved on. I didn't say good. I didn't say anything like that. But for Trump to, in the middle of this man's death, say, good, I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Do you know how many times I wish I could say that about certain people who have recently passed away? You know how many people lost their jobs saying similar things about Charlie Kirk? You know how many people was canceled, was told all these things, and this president do this. So the next time, now I ain't gonna be the one to do it because I still got decency. I'm not the one to dance on somebody's grave. I'm not that person. However, I just want people, remember this conversation, and remember what you did. Because for all the people that chastised folks, where is the level of chastisement for Trump? People should be coming out here loud speaking about this. Disgusting. Disgusting. So yeah, we this is embarrassing. 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 And for every conservative talk about don't celebrate the dead, this and the third, I will tell you all, where are your posts? Oh, you're not posting about this because you don't care. Because it was never about Charlie Kirk. It was about finding an opportunity to dunk on liberals and vice versa. Everybody's always looking for political scores to settle. It's not about the morality or decency. The Republican Party is in the shits because so much of, you know what? Maybe I grew up in a different time. But I grew up when Republicans were always trying to instill respectability politics, good manners, and decency. And they always framed Democrats as being hyper liberal and very, weird and a mess, right? And a lot of that came from, well, a lot of that Ben came, but their support of gay marriage and other issues. But really, that took off with the Clinton, scandal. So there was a narrative for a while that the Clinton scandal opened up the door for Republicans to really run on that moral decency argument because they said, look, while the president of the White House is this Democrat, is in the White House cheating on his wife and having extramarital affairs and doing whatever, we go to church and we got moral clarity. And so George W. Bush kind of had that, my faith, family, and friends, whatever he would say, right? He played into that whole moral consciousness. Anti-abortion, didn't support stem cell research, all the things. So to now fast forward over 20 years later and witness this man caught up in scandals and all types of shit. What a moral bankruptcy the Republican Party has. And I'm not saying the Democrats don't have it, but if they was already bankrupted, I mean, it can't get any lower than low. You know what I mean? So people just need to just really think about what this looks like to them and how the hypocrisy continues. So, yeah. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of hypocrisy. I've seen a lot of double talk. And I think in this situation, this man literally celebrated the death of someone. Like verbally. This man literally celebrated the death of an elected official. And there's not elected official, of a government official. I mean, Robert Mueller was a legend, a hero to some people. And if anything, a major figure in American politics. Like, to just simply say, I'm glad he's dead because he can't hurt innocent people. Please. So, yeah, but this is not the first time Trump has done similar things. I mean, he, when John McCain died in 2018, he refused to follow a tradition of leaving the flag at half-mast, at half-staff until interment. Even though he had a bunch of criticism from people in his own party. Even the day after Rob Reiner, that famous director, was found dead in his LA home, Trump claimed that the Hollywood icon was killed, quote unquote, due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind crippling disease known as, in all caps, Trump derangement syndrome. Like, this is the norm. This is the norm. That's a problem. That's a problem. These are the things that we as a people have tolerated. And that needs to change. That needs to change. So, yeah. But if you thought things could not get worse or get as problematic or concerning, outside of his own derangement syndrome, he has already said that he is going to move ICE agents as soon as today, Monday. If you're listening to this episode, it's Monday. He's going to move people there to ICE agents Monday to help TSA agents with airport security if his funding bill isn't passed soon. Which is ridiculous. Which is ridiculous. That's a problem. Like, yeah, ridiculous. I'm just really processing the fact that TSA, one, I'm just saying that I'm grateful that I'm not traveling anytime soon. I don't think I have any flights booked until July. Yeah, I don't think I have any flights booked until July. So far. I mean, anything can happen, but so far I have no flights booked until July. So I'm low key, everything I'm doing at this point will be by train. Yeah, by train or by car. Like, I'm going to be outside of Philadelphia in these next several months, but everything that I'm going to can be done by train or by car. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So I'll be in Baltimore, I'll be in New York, I'll be different places, but I'm not taking a plane. And with all this stuff going on, I hope that this gets squared away by then. But he is really trying to push the SAVE Act, which we talked about last episode. The SAVE Act is what he's trying to force. He really wants to get his SAVE Act, and he is basically going to do everything. Right now, TSA, security, airplane folks. I mean, a lot of people are not working right now because of this funding issue. I mean, there's been long lines at the airports. People are not showing up. People are like literally quitting on the job. People are quitting right now. They are not showing up to work while not being paid, which makes sense. And so as a result of that, there's a standstill right now. I mean, I don't blame them. I get it. You get paid for what you do. You get paid for your labor. You just can't sit up and expect people to work a stressful job like that and not be paid. Yeah. No. So it's been a lot of TSA drama. It's to the point that even Elon Musk is offering to pay these people's salaries. We're good on you. Okay. After your whole Doge, situation, after your whole ridiculous Doge moment, I think we're done with we're done with that. We don't need any services, your services. I mean, if he wants to pay the money, sure, but there's always going to be a situation where somebody's going to be expecting for something different. And I'm good on it. I'm good on that. I'm good. For those who remember that Doge, remember how everybody thought Doge was going to change the game? The Department of Government Efficiency, the state agency that he led, did everything but that. Did everything but that. So now we're in these weird spaces now where we're stuck. We're stuck. And this is the stuff that we're dealing with. Each time. Everyone wants to act like folks are crazy. Everybody want to gaslight people. Everybody want to act like people don't make sense. No. Doge was a flop. All this cutting DEI jobs. You didn't cut DEI jobs. You cut jobs, period. The rhetoric and talking points, using people's anger towards underrepresented communities and groups. And now look where we are. We're spending more money than we need to. We're in a disaster. But people thought they knew. People thought they knew what we didn't know. They thought they could see things that we didn't see. And now here we are. So no, the tea is hot. The tea is hot. And we've seen it. We've seen a lot of this. We've seen a lot of this time and time again. And I just want to know to all of and I want to say this before I get to these Democrats, that for so many people that said, don't judge Republicans and folks that voted based on economic reasons. Oh, I'm absolutely going to judge you. I'm absolutely going to judge you. Because you made an economic decision that led to other people being harmed. Your decision led to other people being harmed, and this is the decision that you made. This is the bed that you decided to lay in. There is no other way. I'm not to perceive what you've done. You've made a choice. It was a deliberate choice. And you got to own that. So, these Democrats, for starters, there's a lot going on right now in Illinois. They just had their primary election, which we just saw Texas have one. So it's trickling down until we get to May, where, of course, Pennsylvania will be right there. And it will be quite some time, for sure, to begin to think about what does that look like. There's been a lot going on in this Pennsylvania campaign trail. We'll get to them in a minute. But with Illinois Democrats, they saw money in politics play an interesting role in their entire ordeal. There has been candidates who was running that people thought, quote unquote, AIPAC got certain individuals elected. It's something that we're going to be talking about. However, let's get into it. So, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who is a Black woman, she won a Democratic nomination for Senate in Illinois, beating out two veteran members of Congress. Then Representatives Raja Krishnamurti and Robin Kelly. That was an interesting race that was shaped by what people say areas of identity, even though it was a divisive House primaries that played out all across Chicago. So there's a lot going on. There is not going to be much general election suspense because the primaries almost reminds me of Pennsylvania. Illinois is very, very heavily Democratic, just like Pennsylvania is. But in regards to Philly, because I will say we're a little bit more purple than Illinois. Illinois is blue all the way. But there's that element of Chicago where whoever won in that district will get it, right? So the big one is that Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois used millions of his own money to help Stratton win the Democratic Senate primary, which is a big deal. And she could be only the sixth Black woman, only the sixth Black woman to serve in the U.S. Senate. Now, it's important to note that there's only been three since Kamala Harris. And 5 out of the 6 served in the 21st century. Only one Black woman served before the year 2000. And that should tell you a lot about how rapid progress has been. And many of the women, I want to say 4 of the women, because there's only been 5, but 4 of the women just started in 2017. Kamala was the first in the 21st century, the first Black woman in the 21st century. And how do I know this? I just wrote about this in my book, in my chapter about Kamala Harris and the K-Hive. So I'm deep into what that is about. But it's not that many Black women who have served in general. Like, once Kamala won, there's been some increase, but it's not been a lot. And this woman is Carol Mosley Braun, who was elected in Illinois. She was the first black woman to serve in the U.S. Senate, and she got her seat. She has served since 1993 to 1999. She served one term. It's a 6-year term. She served one term. Kamala, we have not had a black woman serve 2 terms. So, like, while Cory Booker and other black men have served multiple terms, um, that's not been the case. Kamala Harris could have. Who knows? I mean, she could have. Who knows? I mean, she got elected in 2016 during. She was like the one good thing that happened in 2016. Some people remember it. I never forget when I was like all sad that Trump had won. I had found out that she won in California, and I was like, "Oh wow, who was that?" Okay, and got excited. And that was the one like highlight of what was a very depressing election cycle for Democrats. So she was like the one lightning rod. And then, of course, she came, hit the scene, and kept it running. But we'll talk more about that in the book. But, she, of course, when she decided to run for, vice president, she stepped down from her Senate seat and then gave that seat ended up being occupied by another black woman. And then 2 other black women would go on to get elected respectively in the years to follow. So now we have 5 black women that have served in that seat in some kind of capacity. 4 of them have been elected. And so how it works is that the way this works is that you have, of course, Lisa Blunt Rochester, who's currently in the seat. And then you have Angela also Brooks, who are currently in the Senate. So those are the 2 that are currently in the Senate. Lisa Blunt Rochester, who's from Delaware, and you have Angela also Brooks, who is from Maryland. And then those individuals have been elected. There was a woman who served, kind of as I don't like to use the word filler, but history is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see, how that plays out through time. It's going to be a moment. We'll see how it play out. Illinois, if there was ever a time to do it, I think we're going to see it with her. There was LaFonza Butler, who was appointed in 2023 by Governor Gavin Newsom to fill the vacancy left by the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. Remember when she passed away? But she served that seat till January 2025 and did not seek election to fill the term. So after Kamala, LaFonza Butler came, but did not, interesting enough, replace. She came from California, but she did not replace Harris. Someone else got that seat. And then Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela also Brooks, the 2 of them got sworn in last January 2025, after 2024. So even though 2024 was a very sad election because of who got reelected, this time we had 2 black women come to the Senate. So after Trump won the first time, 1 black woman. After Trump, 2 black women. And interesting enough, we didn't have after Joe Biden won. Joe Biden, Freudian slip. Joe Biden won. We did not elect a woman senator in between. When Kamala had left, there was someone who filled a seat, but there wasn't an election. Like, they didn't run for office. So it's an interesting pattern that when people like a Trump or a very extreme politician like a Bush or whatever comes in, there seems to be this inspiration from Democrats to aim higher. That's how we got the squad. The squad came during the midterms of Trump's first term. There's always this pattern there. So it's something interesting, those Democrats. They only want to act right when they get fire in their ass. So in the 9th district, that was the race a lot of people talked about. And this was for Congress. Dee Bliss, which many people know, He won his seat. It was a tight race for this congressional race. Not Bliss, Biss. There I go. Giving somebody the wrong name. But this man ran for Congress, Daniel Biss, and he beat Kat Abzula, who was a first-time candidate, who was very unapologetic, very progressive. Uh, Daniel Biss was a suburban Chicago mayor who criticized Israel, but people was excited about this woman named Kat Abuza, who was a content creator. She was a progressive. It was a lot going on in that race. And she was a newcomer, and she didn't do that bad. She did not do that bad. She was 26 years old. He won by 29.6% of the vote. She was 25.9% of the vote. So there was a 4-point margin between the two of them. But another woman named Laura Fine got in the race, and she was at 20% of the vote. So it was very tough. And they don't do runoffs like they do in Texas. Texas do runoffs. That would have been a runoff because you have to get at least 50% of the vote. But that didn't happen here. So, it would have been interesting to see how that would have turned out if there would have been a runoff involved. But Pennsylvania don't do runoffs either, and we don't do ranked choice voting either. So it's kind of like, we stuck with what we got, right? So that was a very interesting race to observe for sure. But yeah, Illinois is set to make history. Set to make history for sure. There's been some interesting, I don't know so many issues. I'm trying to figure out my mindset on where do I want to stay. Okay, let's talk about this. And this was about a week ago, and I didn't mention it then, but I want to mention it now because a lot of you all hit me up about this. You was like, how do I feel about all these old Democrats running for re-election? Now, y'all mean old. Don't call them old. Call them senior. And they also black, so I got to put a miss on it, okay? But there are some older Dems that are seeking re-election, and it's complicated, because in one sense, their politics, are good, I like their politics. Like Democrat Jim Clyburn is running for 18th term. Now, mind you, congressional seats, they serve in office for 2 years, but 18 is about 36 years. He's 85 years old. And this is bucking against generational change within the party. He is the longest serving Democrat. And he's running for 18th consecutive term at 85 years old. That is long past the senior citizen. He is trying to give Dianne Feinstein, who has passed away, the late Dianne Feinstein, senator, a run for her money. And, it's complicated because he is a very influential political figure. Joe Biden would have not become president of the United States, without him. South Carolina, and part of me thinks that he's doing this to stay in power, to really influence that 2028 Democratic primary. Because if he's still in office and still in power, he gets to influence that upcoming election. Maxine Waters, 86 years old. 86. And I like Miss Maxine. Reclaim My Time was iconic. But she wants to hold on. Rosa DeLauro, 82. That's Connecticut. You got John Garamiti, California, 80. Doris from California, 80. What's up with California keeping old electeds? I know that they got good oranges and all that stuff going on. What oranges? Avocados. But they got good stuff. I know they got good produce and things going on in Cali. But why is all these old heads in Cali won't give up their seats? You got Maxine Waters, 86. You got John Garamiti, 80. You got Doris Matui, 80. Like, come on. You got someone in New Jersey, 80. Lloyd Doggett, 78. Marcy Kapoor, 78. Jerry Nadler, 77 from New York. Al Green. Now, I love me some Al Green too. 77. That's not bad. And then you got Benny Thompson, 77. 30 House Democrats who are 75 or older, more than half, have already confirmed that they plan to run again. And then you got people like Zoe, Lofgren, who is 77. You got Kizmi Mufud. Now, that's California again. From Maryland, Mufud, 76. Richard Neal, 76. Louis Frankel, 76. Steve Cohen from Tennessee, 75. Joyce Beatty, which I love her, Ohio, 75. So it's a lot. Hell, Nancy Pelosi, 85 years old, she just left. Steny Hoyer, 85, he just left. Like, are we not paying attention to the patterns here? And again, Pelosi from California. It is something about these California Dems in Congress specifically. Y'all don't want to give up y'all seats. Y'all over here giving Born to Be Wild. What is going on with the YDs? What are ODs? No ends. No. What's going on? Y'all don't want to pass that torch. Just something I've noticed. So I want to talk about this, about Mamdani. Mamdani, who follows me on Instagram, my Instagram follower, There's been a lot of talk about him. I've read some things, some interesting things. People are accusing him of backstabbing. Now, there was an article that came out in the New York Times. You might have heard about it, may have not read about it. All I'm saying is the tea is hot. Tea is hot. There's been a lot of talk about how since he's gotten elected, there's been people that have been supporters of him that's been falling off of him. Now, whether or not they had legitimate reasons or not, there was an interesting, set of affairs surrounding him. And I don't know what to say. Like, it has been interesting to watch this unfold. And people are, saying, look, there's a lot of relationships here that's been shaped by so much, so much is happening right now. And we got to be real about politicians. We got to be real about politicians. There's so many different things that happen. But people are saying he is, listen, he a Libra. So not that I'm using his zodiac sign to justify him, but people are saying that behind his smile, he's a politician who could be a ruthless operator. This is a New York Times story that came out. They said, quote, Mayor Zoran Mamdani, while charming in public, has thrown sharp elbows in private as he pushes his political brand and agenda amongst fellow Democrats. Listen. So the big thing they talk about was the leftist councilman Shai Ase from Brooklyn. He is a part of their city council over there in New York City. He was gearing up to challenge Hakeem Jeffries. We talked about this this is back in the fall. Remember, I had talked a lot about this, what was going on with Democratic Socialists in this seat against Hakeem Jeffries. So this is not news to me because we spilled this tea on this show. But, he was, I think, inspired by Mamdani's insurgent campaign and thought that he was going to get that support. Well, on the eve of Election Day, the tea is out that reportedly the eve of Election Day, Mamdani phoned Ase, okay, and was furious. He told him that he could not win and that if he started this high-profile fight, it would undermine the left, and he made it clear to him. Well, he told him that he would make him a key figure in his governing coalition. Want to put him in there. but offered him that only if he decided not to run. And then all of a sudden, he also said to him, which is what was strong, that said that if he continued to run, he would ice him out completely. Ossey didn't back down. After that call ended, apparently there was an email that was an invitation to Mr. Mamdani's victory party. And this is what the New York Times reported, and said the next day that his party, that was the next day, was rescinded. So after he had told him straight up in that moment, gave him two options, Ossey said he wasn't going to do it. Ossey said, Ossey said he was going to stick with it. Literally, when they got off that phone, he was not invited to Mamdani's victory party. So for the people that was asking me why was they noticed he was not there, I didn't know why he wasn't there at the time. I didn't have no inside scoop in New York City. Nobody had told me what the tea was. But then shortly after, I started to pick up the pieces, because there was an opportunity for this man. Now he's, listen, Shah Ossey is from Brooklyn. He's black, he's queer. I admire his passion. Look, he's 28 years old. He just turned 28, as a matter of fact. So he was 27 when all this was going on. He's ambitious. He's got a lot going for him. Seems like a nice guy. But he's playing, checkers, not playing chess. I don't even think he's playing checkers or chess. I think he's playing Connect 4. Because I'm looking like, if this is your man, and he did what inspired you, and he's telling you not right now, and you really don't got that much to lean on, what's going on? So what's even more interesting is that he ended up turning around and not even getting an endorsement of the Democratic Socialist Party. This is Ossey. Later on, he tried to get the party's endorsement. He didn't end up getting an endorsement. So the story talks about other relationships. Mamdani apparently followed through on a promise to try to stop the councilman's campaign. He personally showed up to a Democratic Socialist meeting to lobby members against backing Ossey, even though they do not like Hakeem Jeffries. And they narrowly sided with the mayor in a vote, and Ossey dropped out of the race in December. According to the end of the story, 3 months later, the two men evidently have not reconciled. There's other people in the story. There's a woman named Representative Nadia Velasquez, who is retiring this year. She disagreed with Mamdani over who should replace her. So there's been clashing there. There's a lot going on, But Mamdani is understanding the politics. And I don't live in New York City, so I don't weigh in on what should be what, but I just would say on some common sense, because Kai is black. It's a black queer man. I know what he was trying to do. And I get it, because Hakeem Jeffries is a problem. But I don't know if the person that's going to replace Hakeem Jeffries can be that far left. Not now. I don't think so. I don't think that he would have won if he would have ran. And clearly, he needed the TSA support in order to do it. And I think he thought he was going to get it in spite of Mamdani, which was also just a dumb move. But I have to give this young man grace. He's very young. And obviously, he needs some mentorship on how to navigate politics, because this is just a rookie playing in the major leagues right now. And I just don't understand why he did it this way. But I digress. So last I want to talk about, before I move on to some media, is Cesar Chavez, who I wrote about in the Case for Cancel Culture. And not in this way. Not in this way. That he's been talked about. Dolores Huerta, revealed that she was sexually abused by him. Doris. It took 5 years. The New York Times published this bombshell story, and it's complicated because she co-founded the United Farm Workers Union with him, and she was by his side for decades in this fight to basically, secure labor rights. I talk about the grape, the strike, the grapes ban, the grapes farmers, this movement work on council culture that we had labor's union right because of him and because of the workers and because of people like Doris. I talk about this in my book. She's 95 years old, and she finally told her story last week, recounting 2 times where she said he sexually assaulted her. And apparently, 2 other women have alleged the same thing in this investigation, that he groomed and assaulted them when they were minors. It's tough. Decades. She kept this secret for decades. We're talking over a lifetime. Then she said, "I've kept this secret long enough. My silence ends here." There's a documentary about her called Dolores in 2018. I never forget that great boycott. I wrote about this in my book, The Case for Council Culture, and talked about how this great boycott they did was powerful. This came after the 1960s, the civil rights movement, feminist movement, that there became a labor movement, and it was powerful. I mean, this is one of the most pivotal Latino leaders of our lifetime. And I'm just like, first of all, I believe that woman. I believe women. So I'm not even questioning the truth here. It's obvious this happened to her for more reasons than I need to even break down, but it just becomes a conversation of a pattern I've noticed in social justice spaces, that there are powerful men who are in these organizations, and women who stand beside them tell stories about being victims, about experiencing abuse and all the things. And they don't say anything because they want to protect the movement, because they know that. And I think Dolores felt like if she would have said something much sooner, and that's why I don't ask these questions of, when people say, well, why you didn't say something sooner? Why you couldn't say? Because we know what would happen. And we would have knew what would happen back then and what would have happened in history, right? They would have just completely dismissed it. I mean, we see what happened with the Black Panthers movement. Like, that becomes the conversation. And not that it should have not been, but we know that the public would have never. Look what happened to Cassie. Look what happened to Cassie. I just think we can even start there. Look at Cassie. Right? We talk about believing women. I mean, she's 95 years old. He's dead. So now there's a level, I think, that drives why people believe it. But if he was still alive, I don't necessarily know if everybody would have been quick to believe her. I mean, we think about Cassie with Diddy. People still question her, or Meg The Stallion. So there's a lot of complexities here. And she talks about how her contributions were oftentimes overshadowed by a man who she is now accusing of being her abuser. Terrible. But the cancel culture has begun. Has begun. Um, there was a 25-hour marathon speech from last April Yeah, thinking about somebody else right now. That's just so many things have happened. Memorials have been taken down. Um, memorials have been taken down acknowledging him. People are taking scholarships, things named after him, days celebrating him. California is beginning to erase his name off of things. There are busts put up in schools and colleges that are being taken down, being covered over. Memorials are being wiped out. Like, people are really sanitizing him, his legacy, and erasing him off of history. Or just taking him down, not celebrating him as a figure instantly. If I had my way, which I don't know, but rather than simply erase his name, take the days out, why won't you acknowledge her? Anybody who's taking down a statue of Cesar Chavez, replace it with Dolores. Any scholarship named after Cesar, replace it with Dolores' name. That's what I would do. I think that's what restorative justice looks like. I think people should acknowledge her. I think for everyone who's taking a name swap out, replace it with her name. Give her the credit. Acknowledge her legacy. At 95 years old, she deserves it. And just for her courage alone, that's what I would do. Now to Cory Booker. The Democrats showing their ass this past couple of weeks. I listen. Everybody gets that work here. Every podcast episode, we talk about Republicans, we talk about Democrats. That's how I've done it. It's not enough independence that's worthy of a segment every week. But the Democrats and Republicans, we always do. Because I keep my eyes on both sides, of the left and the right. No one slip and slide over here. Cory fucking Booker is promoting his book. First of all, don't protest too much. Him and his wife, listen. First of all, like I said, she old enough to be his damn daughter. Let's start there, okay? That age gap is like very, not a fan of that age gap, okay? She is a grown woman. She is in her 30s, but he's in his 50s. I mean, listen, my mom is in her 50s. I'm in my 30s. Like, this is like, it's giving dad and dad and daughter energy. It's very weird. I just don't understand the dynamic. But we all know in this No Beards Allowed episode, but there's a lot of beards going around this episode. So that's why I headlined it No Beards Allowed. You see what I did? Anyway, I just feel like this is just such a, like, what are we doing here? You know, not crazy about this. But he's on a book tour to promote his new book that's coming out. I'm not crazy about the book. It is through St. Martin's Press, which is my old book publisher. They're publishing the book. The book is called Stand. And I think it's in reference of his 25-hour marathon speech from last April. Which then turned around and got a multi-million-dollar book deal, allegedly. And the people got nothing out of it. So now this is, I guess, his way of suggesting that he might be considering running for president, because everybody got their books out right now. All the presidential candidates got their books out. So you got your book tour you want to push in the midst of what's going on TSA. All this shit going on TSA, and this is what you're doing. I got thoughts. First of all, I think he has not read the room. He is up for re-election. Okay? He's up for re-election. And people are sitting around here treating this like it's cute. It's not cute. It's not cute at all. And quite frankly, so much of the conversation, he needs to be worried about keeping his Senate seat. Because between him and Fetterman, those are two U.S. senators I don't mind leaving. I really don't. Those are two U.S. senators that I don't mind leaving. Y'all know I had, I'm consistent though. Y'all know I had, oh boy, on my show. I had Fetterman on my show. Years ago. Okay? Years ago. Before all this shit. But I'm also in a position to acknowledge that this man is not the best man for the job. I didn't know what I didn't know. And in spite of that, I want to remind people that Homeboy wasn't going to be Homeboy anyway. It was never going to be Malcolm Kenyatta for the girls who were like, oh, Malcolm Kenyatta, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, come on. Mm. So I think people need to take some time to, you know, to do what they need to do. Because I'm not crazy about this. I'm not, so just putting that out there. Putting that out there for the weeds. Now to media changes. CBS Evening News is having some trouble. Are we surprised? So they're pretty much back at their ratings. Their ratings are back at where executives of the news division hope they would never return. The show is getting under 4 million views with this new white guy who's there. The guy who's been kind of just not doing a good job. He left another gig. He was with, I believe, was he with CBS? He was with another show. They poached him, and he's not good. And I think that's been part of the problem with them is that that it's Tony DeCapollo, or whatever his name is. He replaced the co-anchors John Dickerson and Maurice Du Bois to lead this broadcast. He used to be at CBS Mornings, and there was some controversy with him when he got into it around the topic of Israel, which was very telling. He got into it with, one of the most important writers of our time. And, that like, what are you doing? I just think some people, don't even understand the fights that they get into. Like, you're getting into a Ta-Nehisi Coates. You get into a Ta-Nehisi Coates about Israel. And that was when he was on his tour to promote the book, The Message, which was a New York Times bestseller. Everyone and their mother read it. But you're going to challenge this guy. And that fumble was big. It was big. A lot of people just don't, a lot of people just don't think before they speak, it seems. But I try to let people be great. But yeah, they're struggling right now. And CBS Radio has canceled. They're canceled. CBS Radio is not functioning. CBS Radio is gone. Massive layoffs. Hundreds of employees across the country. People are trying to figure out if that impacts KYW. From what I hear, not so much. Because there was a KYW affiliation to CBS. But that hasn't been the case because KYW is now with a whole nother radio station. Like, it's not being operated under the CBS Philadelphia banter. So it doesn't really impact Philly as much, to be honest. But nonetheless, they're cutting radio. No more CBS radio. And this was reliable radio that many, even if it didn't really impact Philadelphia, people gotta understand that this was a big entity across the country. Several jobs have been slashed. Terrestrial radio, man, it's getting serious out here. It's getting serious. This is going to impact 700 stations. Massive layoffs. And they've been around for nearly 100 years. This Paramount by Skydance Media merger, man. Just saying, stay woke. Stay woke. So on the local politics, because I really, there's a lot that's been going on. A lot. Okay, so a couple of episodes ago, there was a lot of controversy because I talked about slumlords or landlords, or I don't conflate them, but I talked a lot about it. And I told you about this bill that city council was getting approved, right? There was two bills that they wanted to get approved. That was the talk of the town. And these were two big major bills that was being led by Nicholas O'Rourke, Kendra Brooks, championed by them, championed by Nicholas O'Rourke, Kendra Brooks, Jamie Gautier, like like the progressives. And it was looking like it was going to pass, right? So these two bills that everyone's talking about is the Safe Healthy Homes bills. This was the address slumlords, all those things, and conditions and protect tenants, right? Which we care about. We care about tenants. Well, apparently, as a term of their agreement, there was a lawsuit. The landlords, an association that represents them, sued the city, alleging they violate the Sunshine Act. Now, there was some committee meetings in this whole process. There were some committee meetings and deliberations that was taking place that was supposed to be afforded to the public, but was not. And those landlords and those associations wanted to be heard. And because of the fact, now this is just me talking because I got to tell you what the legality says, right? But because those individuals, okay, whether you like them or not, but the general public was not allowed, that should have been present at those meetings. That was like almost like a private backdoor meeting amongst electeds in their respective groups. That should have been meetings that was supposed to be conducted with those individuals present. The public, landlords, everybody, they should have been there. They were not. And because of that, that is in violation of the Sunshine Act. So they sued the city based on that complaint, which was a legitimate complaint. Now, of course, members of council, including Nicholas O'Rourke, argues that this is a tactic to try to slow down the process, blah, 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 blah. That's all true. I won't disagree. I agree that they probably pulled any type of straw. But at the end of the day, the straw does stand and it is accurate. As somebody who's a member of the Society of Professional Journalists, this past week we had Sunshine Week, which we advocate for the Sunshine Act. They actually invoked it in the proper way. This was not, the city did not actually, by doing that meeting and not allowing them to be present or not having access to them, that was violating the Sunshine Act. That's just the fact, okay? So they sued. They sued the city. And as a term of their agreement, their settlement during the lawsuit, both parties agreed to acknowledge that there was no violation to the Sunshine Act in order for the settlement to move forward. Now, that is legal. That is the legal language. So both of them, in order for this settlement to move forward, both parties had to acknowledge the Sunshine Act was not violated. Personally, me talking for myself, bullshit. In order for them to get the settlement to go through, they had to not accuse the other party of wrongdoing. We know how this shit go. But if they didn't do anything wrong, then why did they settle? And I'm talking about the city. In my opinion, the city did something wrong, in my opinion. Okay? Because otherwise, why not fight the case? Why settle? So as a part of the settlement, those two bills that were going to be up for a vote last Thursday by City Council will not be voted on after this settlement was taking place. So it will not be voted on. It has to start back all over. The process to start all over again. So now City Council got to propose these bills. They got to make sure that all their hearings and meetings and all the things need to be accessible to the public so the public can be able to weigh in. Now, here's the thing. What I've heard from close sources in City Council, they are humiliated by this. They're frustrated by this. They're actually enraged. And they're probably going to still vote in favor of these two bills. Because they were going to vote in favor of it on Thursday. This was a done bun. I think because of the tactic used by these landlords, I think they are concerned that this is going to set a dangerous precedent that pretty much whenever people feel like it, they'll invoke the Sunshine. But let me be clear. Let me be clear about this. You cannot invoke it unless you have, you can try to invoke it, but it doesn't stand unless there's a legitimate case. The landlords did have a legitimate case. If you want to debate the motives and the intention behind them invoking it, that's fine. But it did happen. So we can't deny that reality. It's almost like a warrant, right? It's like you could say, oh, there's a criminal. I know they did it. But if you don't have a warrant to search, you can't go in the building. Period. You got to have a warrant. And so they acted with legislation without going through all the proper protocols. That's just fucking fair and balanced. Do I like the bill? I personally do. I'm actually annoyed because I'm like, damn it, you gave the other side an opportunity to fuck you over. But I got to acknowledge that they had it. They had the legal grounds to challenge it. And if we begin to not apply pressure just based on who we like, we're not being fair. So the landlords got that because they legally have the impetus. And I think that's the problem nowadays in conversation around politics. You can't be able to acknowledge the facts without people getting in their feelings. Here's the thing. Here's what I believe. I believe this. I believe that city council's pissed off now. They're going to have to start over. And the same landlords that challenged them on this, they're going to let them talk. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to zone them out. They're not going to listen to them. They're going to be there. They're going to sit there. But their minds are going to be already made up. So they're going to do all that yelling and screaming and pointing fingers and all that bullshit. And guess what? City council is probably going to pass that shit. I don't think they're going to do yes. They might. But they're going to pass that shit without any problems. Because now it's about standing up for the institution. It's bigger than just this dispute over processes. Because I think everybody recognized that this was a tactic by them to not get this bill to be passed. And at a certain point, the landlords got to be real and figure out who they are in this conversation. Because even when I discuss it, they get mad. They say, well, I'm not a slumlord. Well, who the fuck are the slumlords? One of y'all a slumlord. One of y'all are some slumlords. Somebody's a slumlord in this room. And whoever is not, if you the small tenant owners, which quite frankly, I'm not a fan of that type of business, but that's my personal preference. But if you're going to be that person, can y'all create your own little association and then lobby city council members to recognize that you all are not these big conglomerates that's creating these problems? Like, in other words, can we create the I'm not an Ori Febich? I didn't say he's a slumlord. He is a dirtbag, though, in my opinion. He's a dirtbag because of what his properties did to my husband and I when we were looking for a place 4 years ago. I will never forget what happened to us. And I've talked about it on this podcast. Y'all already know. And that man had to call me and apologize and try to sell me one of his units. I said, sir, I will never apply for a property under your name again. I didn't even know it was his property until I got there. But this is the shit I'm talking about, okay? Look, OFC, whatever they call it, I'm not a fan. But I'm saying this to say that maybe y'all should create a I'm not an Ori Febich committee so that we can know that whatever the concerns people have with massive developers and people on these properties and units, that you are not that. But y'all got to figure out your identity, because the problem is y'all want to play it both ways. And this is to me talking to these landlords who listen to my show. Because y'all listen, y'all know what I'm talking about. Here's the issue I have, okay, is that the ones who own like one unit, or one building, right? Whenever you all want to get whatever the landlords, the massive, I'm going to say some of the slumlords, some of these slumlords who got money and power, whenever there is an advocacy or a fight, y'all jump on the bandwagon with those guys. And then when the public calls out slumlords, then y'all get in y'all feelings and get defensive. You all need to break from that group, and you know who they are, okay? You need to create your own little small municipality. See, as a black journalist, I know what this is, okay? Many years ago, everybody was like, oh, we all journalists. We all one. And then black journalists kept getting discriminated, kept feeling like they weren't being heard, right? The Society of Professional Journalists has been around for over 100 years, right? And many black journalists wanted to be a part of that institution and was a part of those groups. But our issues were never given the priority they deserved. So in 1974, an alpha man, Chuck Stone, a couple others, got together and created the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists. But let me back up. It was called the Association of Black Journalists because there was no National Association of Black Journalists. It was an Association of Black Journalists. That's what they founded. They got their articles of incorporation and got everything, became established long before NABJ founded itself in 1975, a year later. It was our founders, who was a part of their founders, that created that in D.C. a year later. Philadelphia history right there. So here's the thing. We made it clear as black journalists that the things that we're experiencing, listen, let it be clear what our issues are, what our challenges are. We not like us, they not like us. That's what we did over 50 years ago. It is 2026. If you are a landlord that has one property that you might have inherited from a family member, whatever you got to do, and you don't think you're a slumlord or whatever, and you're about to get these penalties, you need to create a special space where y'all could create, an amendment in the language. Maybe and say, listen, for property owners that own this amount, influence the legislation. But stop aligning yourself with slumlords and then turn around and getting mad when the general public see y'all all the same. You cannot have your cake and ice cream too. Period. So we're going to see where this bill will land and how it will play out. There might be some changes, who knows, but it is not going to get passed anytime soon. We'll see. We'll keep the progress on it. We'll apply the pressure. Other news before I get into some hot tea. FIFA World Cup. Have y'all been following the FIFA World Cup? There was a dropping of hotel rooms 3 months before the World Cup. The committee has canceled several major hotel room blocks and things all across the city. And this is three months before the World Cup. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on with FIFA. But this is a big deal because the whole argument about FIFA was that there was going to be this big attendance, great money, great things. But people are seeming not to be, whatever's going on with Trump and travel and the war and everything else, it just seems to be like people starting to begin to be like, I don't really know. I feel like the FIFA World Cup is going to be our papal visit in 2015, where it was this talk about mass exodus. Remember when former Mayor Michael Nutter, this I know you don't know how long it was. I never forget that press conference where he was like, there's going to be mass exodus, long lines, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he was just telling this very grim prediction. And I covered the papal visit in 2015. Yeah, over 10 years ago, baby. I was out here for Metro. I covered it for Metro Philly. That was one of my first my first newsrooms I worked at as a professional journalist. And I remember going out there, y'all, in them streets. They did not go to them restaurants. They did not take over the hotels like everybody thought they would. The money that everybody thought was going to be made was not made. It was a lot, y'all. It was a lot. It was a lot. And I'm at this point where I just feel like FIFA World Cup, I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be a total flop, but I think it's going to be underwhelming. I don't think it's going to be as much of the big deal that we all had anticipated for many years. I mean, people even question whether 250 is going to really do that bang. I mean, we got Queen Latifah performing with something with Wawa. We got Queen Latifah, Idina Menzel, and Kirk Franklin. Not a bad lineup with that Wawa show. But it's just feeling a little milquetoast. It's a lot going on. So we'll see there, right? Because I want to make sure I'm putting my ranking order before I get to. Yes, we're going to talk about the Roots Picnic lineup. Hold on. We got to put this in order. Try to make sure my order right with this. So there's been some congressional drama. For starters, for those keeping up, there are only like 9 candidates left running for Congress in this contested race for this Democratic primary. Dr. Dave Oxman, that was the rich white guy, had a lot of money, who was funding his campaign. He has dropped out the race, and he has now endorsed Dr. Ayla Stanford. So, the race is going up, right? Meanwhile, there's talks because Dr. Stanford got over $1 million in super PAC money, which is also very interesting. People got thoughts about that. I mean, I say this, but I mean, a lot can be said there. A lot can be said there. I'm trying to keep it cute, but there are some situations where we find ourselves kind of like, what's happening? So this big controversial quote that I talked about even on my show On the Record because I wanted to get what people's thoughts were about this. But for the Philadelphia Inquirer interview, um, Dr. Stanford, on this issue around Palestine and Israel, said that she believes that Palestinians, quote unquote, deserve to have safety and freedom, but thinks that it's inflammatory when her progressive opponent, State Representative Chris Rabb, calls Israel's war in Gaza a, quote, genocide. She says, I know when you use the G word, how hurtful it is to a group of people. It's like someone saying the N word around me. I don't want to hear that. And every time you shout that from the rooftops, how many people are you hurting? So here's what's confusing to me about this is that referring to genocide as the G word, what? And comparing it to the N word, what? Dr. Stanford, what are we doing? I'll just say this. Yell the N word out loud in Philadelphia and yell the N word out in Philadelphia and yell genocide out in Philadelphia. Yell both of the word. Yell the N word out loud and yell genocide out loud and see what the reaction is going to be. It will not be equal. And my question is, how many people are you hurting? So I'm confused. Are you saying saying genocide to people is going to hurt who? Who? Who's getting hurt by this and why? And is that not a genocide? Because here's the thing, right? I would argue that the metaphor she's making would be suggesting that saying the word racist would be hurting white people who are accused of racism. Well, if you did some racist ass shit, that's not the R word. That's just racist. If you are committing genocide and you're mad that the word genocide is being used, who are we offending in that conversation? And why are we comparing that to the N word? Because the people who are called the N word, right, black folks, don't do anything to deserve being called that by racists and white supremacists. If anybody's describing what's happening in Israel as genocide, how was that a personal attack on an individual group of people unless you're referring to Israel? And are you not thinking that Israel is genocide? Like, I just really want to understand her logic because I would love to sit down with her and talk to her about this because I'm just trying to understand how she's not like, what? So Chris Rabb has said in a statement that black people have suffered for centuries in this country, and it's outrageous that anyone would use the N-word as a political talking point to erase the suffering of the people in Gaza. This statement is an affront to the legacy of black leaders who stood in solidarity with the Palestinian cause, most notably the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, who led the fight to bring this conversation into mainstream democratic politics. Over 75,000 civilians and non-combatants have been killed since October 2023, plus hundreds of thousands of injured and physically, psychologically maimed, including children. Our ancestors who struggled and died for centuries in the fight for freedom would be appalled to know that any of us are turning a blind eye to the atrocities we are seeing right now. Moral clarity requires us to hold multiple truths at once, that anti-Semitism is real and must be confronted, and that the lives and dignity of Palestinians are equally worthy of protection. Naming harm is not an act of hate. It is the first step towards accountability. Conflating acknowledgement of genocide with anti-Semitism is deeply problematic. Ghanaians are indigenous to that land and that region has Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Bedouins who have lived there for generations as neighbors and deserve safety. The international legal recognition of the genocide there requires acknowledgement. The safety of Israeli people is inextricably linked to peace and justice in Palestine. Philly is a city filled with compassionate people who care about our neighbors here and around the world. They deserve better from those seeking to represent us in Congress. That is a statement from Chris Rabb, who is running for Congress, who is currently the state rep. Dr. Stanford, if you're going panda, go panda on another topic, please. This is not the lane. This like, who told her? Who advised her to listen? Listen. So now, let's get into something that happened this week. There was this ridiculous video that came from the park administration, and it's caused a stir. And I've actually was the one who really raised a red flag on this and called foul. And this, it actually, if you want to see the video, my commentary, and read what I thought about what happened, you can go to my Instagram highlights. It is in my Instagram highlights for those who want to see this. It is a very interesting. It's called the highlight is called PHL Media. That's what I'm calling the highlight. It is the first highlight. When you go to my Instagram, you can instantly see it. But you can click through and see what I talk about. But it's called PHL Media Alert. That is what I call the highlight. It's called PHL Media Alert. So basically, I'm alerting people about what the tea is, because something is going on. Something is going on, and we need to really talk about it. Okay. So when I hear people who want to know what's the tea, this is serious. This is serious. So the mayor is pushing Project Home, and that has been what she's been big on. But there was a video coming from her office, okay, from her administration. Her press secretary, who is a former reporter with NBC 10. Her name is Leah Akko. We're gonna talk about Miss Leah Akko in connection to this. She's been doing these reels for a little bit recently. She's been at the mayor's office for, I believe, over a year at this point. But she was a former NBC 10 reporter. She's a Black woman who has been a long time, reporter. She has done decent reporting when she was a journalist. She's traveled to different parts of the country. She, was in California, came to Philadelphia, was at NBC 10, and then she lost her job. She stayed in Philadelphia, now is the press secretary for Mayor Cheryl Parker. It seems as though, and this is just me on the outside looking in, that she still miss being a reporter. I feel like once you're a journalist, it never leaves you, even if you do go to the other side, the revolving door. And she's been trying to find ways to plug her face. Now, into videos, into things. Press secretary work in this city regard is a very behind the scenes job. You really keep your head down, you do the work. It's not glamorous, it's not sexy work. It's not the kind of work that you are like being the main center. And I think that when you have a person who's been on TV and is used to that type of spotlight and that attention, they're so used to being in the spotlight that it does not go away. It's one thing if you're a reporter, like a news reporter that does articles and things of that nature, and you're not on camera, you're not on radio and things like that. It is easy for you to kind of transition from being in the spotlight to that because you're not really in the role. But let me tell y'all something right now. I could never be a press secretary for anybody because I'm too fly. I would just draw attention. I look good. I smell good. I have a personality that is bigger than life, like larger than life. I couldn't imagine trying to do a job like that. So when I saw that she had took the job, I said, oh, she must need some money and she must need it fast, because I don't know why someone would think that that's a good fit. Because when you are so used to being the center of attention, when you're so used to being on TV screens, when you're so used to having like this mini local celebrity energy towards you, to now be told that you have to get behind in the back seat behind someone who is a diva, which is not an insult, but like, divas are clashing, right? In terms of high visibility, that's a hard adjustment. But it is what it is, right? So she's lately been doing these reels on behalf of the city. And she's been doing them on the city's account, where she is like reporting the mayor's policies, but doing so in a way that feels like it's a documentary news segment. So she's been teasing around with this, and I've been looking from the side and being like, that's a little interesting. That's a little weird. But this go around last week, a red flag. It was an ultimate red flag. And I shared the video clip, and you can all see it on the City of Philadelphia's Instagram. You'll see the video for yourself. But she's basically on camera, and she's got a mic, like a little mini mic that she's speaking into. And she's walking through the streets of Philadelphia at night, and there's a flash of her name on the lower tier that says Leah Akko press secretary, but it doesn't stay there permanently. It kind of flashes on and then flash right off. But most of it's just her, and she's interviewing like the executive director, and she's interviewing different people who are dealing with housing insecurity. She talks to one person sitting down, asking them how they feel, and they said that they don't feel safe in the shelters. That's why they stay out in the streets. And she's like just simply interviewing them. And I'm seeing her walk by and do this, and she's using this as a way to push the mayor's Project Home Initiative and why it still needs funding. Y'all, this is propaganda. Y'all, this is weird. When I watched it, I felt, because I study media around the world, this reminds me of state-sanctioned media that is being done at the Kremlin in Russia. And people thought I was being extreme by saying this, but no, hear me out. In Russia, they basically have state-sanctioned media. Most of the time, they bar a lot of free speech reporters, independent journalists. They really begin to sideline them, and they create their own media where they have government, where the government people that work for them reports the news like they're news reporters. And Russians don't actually trust it because they know that it's coming from Putin. And so they know that whatever information they're consuming, they kind of have to look at it with a critical lens, because a lot of independent reporters have been silenced, have been put in, have been jailed, all the things. Philadelphia has not jailed journalists yet. Currently, we don't have that, but Donald Trump is locking some journalists up, and we're seeing this type of behavior trickle down to local level. I always tell people, if you have an issue with local politics, look at the state politics, then look at the national politics. But this is really weird to me because, clearly it just gave me some of those eerie vibes of like, why I've never seen at this type of level, local Philadelphia government have their press secretary. I don't recall seeing anything like this before. That they would have a press secretary who's a former news reporter report this information out like a news segment. And again, we are in a town where the majority of Philadelphia adults are illiterate. So if they are already illiterate as adults, you can only imagine that they're media illiterate in general. Like media, even adults that are literate are media illiterate. I think the media illiteracy rate is higher than the actual illiteracy rate in Philadelphia. So let's just say this. If you already don't know how to read, then you already are media illiterate off the jump, right? But let's say that you do know how to read and you do know how to write and you are literate. You can still be media illiterate because you will not be able to understand the difference between an op-ed, a reported piece. You may not be able to tell the difference between a press release and an actual reported story. Like, we're in this weird line where those lines are being blurred with the way that the mediums are delivering. So when I saw this down my timeline, I said, oh shit. Because I even had to do a double take and go, wait a minute, is Leah Akko back out there reporting? And then I looked and I clicked the video and I was like, what the fuck is this? And so this was just very eerie to me. Because at a time where this park administration, this mayor, does not know what they're doing, this is what happens. This is what happens all the time. And this is a concern to me. I think that this is a real deep problem. We gotta really address this. So I talked about the concerns about that video and the nature of how it was presented, and I couldn't ignore that reality. I couldn't ignore what that meant, and what it symbolized, and how this played out. And too often we ignore these details. Too often we say, oh, this is okay. We say, oh, this is just meeting the people where they are. Bullshit. I have a theory, and I'm going to stick on this theory because I just think that it's become clear to me. I think that the mayor and the park administration specifically is keeping independent, like actual journalists, at arm's length. They are trying to slowly but surely phase them out of dominating how the park administration is being covered and talked about. That there is this very rapid pace of them bringing on non-journalists to tell their stories, and they're using the excuse that there is a lack of diversity in press rooms. But what the problem with this is that they have journalists that are in this industry that are asking tough questions, that are embracing new media. And because they do not like them for actually taking on the tough questions and doing their jobs, they don't want them because they cannot be controlled. On my episode of On the Record with Ernest Owens on 96.1 FM 900 AM Progressive Black Talk Media, I shared, which you all can look the link in the bio, I shared my experience with the Parker administration, and my frustration with not being able to get an interview. I am at this point convinced I will not be getting an interview. I don't think the mayor will talk to me. And I think that's because there has been silent terms of agreements that was made clear to me by the administration or members of the administration that I felt like was compromising my truth, my realness, and my ability to accurately engage with the most powerful elected official in the city. I do not sleep on that. I do not take that lightly. And looking at this video, my mindset is, for starters, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. And I need people to understand that looking at that video that Leah Akko did, and let me be very clear, this is someone who is not a fan of me. She's been bashing my name for years, even before she even got to the city. And it's all over something really, quite frankly, petty. We had a disagreement on Twitter. This is like years ago. And she is friends with I'm joking, a person that that was in NABJ. His name is Walter Smith Randolph. He is the vice president of broadcast for the organization now. He's one of the people that I personally felt like betrayed me during my whole situation with them when I got banned, which now this month marks the 3-year anniversary. And during that time this is before I was even banned, but we got married around the same time. And my wedding got covered by the New York Times. His after that, people get inspired by the kid. Listen, it is what it is. But there was some people from his camp that threw shots at some of the guests that was at my wedding. And one of the people they were throwing shots at was a man who was also a journalist. And my team saw it. My crew saw it. And a series of gifts were made on both sides. Feelings got hurt. Walter felt like somebody was disparaging his wife. That was not what was intended. I did not do that. But because somebody from my team made a gift about Homer Simpson in a wedding dress walking down the steps, people got shady. To be clear, that was not me. And, listen, nobody was trying to do that. But there was a lot of mean things coming from his team, his crew, towards my wedding guests and my people. It got a little Twitter. This is back in the day when people used to get wild on Twitter. Well, she decided to get herself in the middle of it. I don't even know who invited her in the midst. But she used that as an excuse to say she didn't like me or whatever. Girl, that's not why you didn't like me. First of all, I didn't do that. You already didn't like me anyway because of the fact that you how you just meet people and you just don't vibe with them? We just didn't vibe. I think her whole energy just gave me, I'm going to watch my mouth. It just gave me, people who are very, she's a snob. She's a media snob. I'll say that's the way I'll say it. She's a snob. She's one of those people that because she was at a major television station, she kind of looked down at people who were not doing it the way that she was doing it. That's how I read it, and a lot of people would have agreed. She was a snob. She was a media snob. She was one of those people that she thought because she was at NBC 10 that she was, entitled to all of this level of respect. And Philadelphia is a gritty city. Ain't nobody gonna roll the red carpet out for you just because you work somewhere. You got to earn your stripes. You got to earn a level of respect. And I think she always kind of felt like she was due this level of favor simply because of the job title she had. That is the more civil way I would describe it. That's the nicest way I can say this, because listen, people will weaponize their identity and make it about their identity and make it about everything else other than the facts. So we're going to keep on the facts, because I don't got time to be slandered in a way that is just not accurate. Too many people will say, oh, you're criticizing the mayor because she's a black woman. No, I'm criticizing the mayor because she's the most powerful CEO in the city, and she's doing a job that impacts my life and many other people. You know, it doesn't have to just be about people's gender and race. I think actually you reduce a person. I think it's actually sexist to simply reduce anyone talking about her based on her gender. I think this mayor has earned a reputation that allows her to be open for criticism and pushback because of her work and not her gender. To act as if the only thing that people see when they see her is her gender or her race is actually reducing her to simply that. This mayor has created legislation and policies that is worthy of critique, and that is what I'm doing. I don't talk about her looks, her hair, or anything. I don't do that. There's people in there that do that, and that shit is very much sexist. But stop conflating people who are criticizing her policy with people that is criticizing her based on her race and her gender. It is not the same thing. Knock it off. So my critique toward Leah Akko is based on her actual behavior towards me, in my opinion. She was a snob, and she looked down on people like me that was doing my journalism the way I was doing it. She was rooted in respectability politics, and I did not fit that respectability model that people like her do. They judge. And then look what happened. You lost your job from that TV station, okay? Who felt like you couldn't report a lick, okay? I didn't say that. That's what some of them said, because I actually was concerned about your ass. I was like, hey, why did they do that to Leah? What's going on? Because mind you, this is the woman who never wanted to affiliate herself with PABJ, really ran over there to NABJ Philly, jumped on all of my shit when I was down, when I was banned, was reveling in it and talking her shit. Oh, I heard about that. And look at where you're at, and look at where I'm at. So while you over here creating propaganda for the Park administration, well, or as you will call it, stating those facts, fine. I'm over here still reporting stories, still breaking news, and you're still in press rooms and places questioning if I'm a journalist or not. Well, guess what we know here? While you're questioning whether I'm a journalist or not, we know what you're not, and that's not a journalist. So you go and go keep on talking your shit and doing your press secretary stuff. See, this is 2026, y'all. I'm big talk. I'm not going to keep letting anybody continue to disrespect me when I'm coming from a space of just trying to do my job and trying to be cool. I'm not going to let people in power undermine my work. See, she's a government official. If she was working at some other PR firm or something, I wouldn't even care. But when you're working for the government and you're a gatekeeper and you're saying as a barrier to my ability to do my job as a member of the free press, then yeah, we got a problem. We got a problem. And it's not because you're a black woman. It's not because you're a black woman. It's because you're somebody that holds a level of influence and you are the press secretary for a sitting mayor. So yeah, I have a right to critique public work that is being carried out by taxpayers, including myself. My salary pays your job. You're welcome. And I hear that, let me be quiet. But while you worry about my job, you should be worried about your job. You should be worried about your job. And I will say that. You should be worried about your job. You should be worried about whether you keep your job. You should be worried about if you're going to still stay in the mayor's office in her second term. If I were you, I'll be looking for a new job, since you got something to say about my job. Oh yeah, we're in this part of the podcast now. Just saying. Stop trying to make news stories and reports fetch on the government's dime. If you want to be a reporter, go be a reporter. If you can find a job. We're rooting for you. Come be a journalist. Don't get mad at the journalists like me that's breaking news. Don't be a hater. Don't be out here raising your nose up at folks that's out here doing this real reporting. Listen. Listen. I just think we just gotta get to a point. And here's my $1 million question. When they interviewed that individual that was suffering from homeless insecurity, this woman said they tried to make the argument in the video that her not having that wanting to be in the shelters means that we need to have more affordable housing. That's what you learned from that. Did y'all give this woman any food? Did you all put her somewhere else? Like, how did they end that? Like, because a journalist cannot necessarily provide, cannot be a government constituent services person. But even as a reporter, I point people to services and let people know what I'm doing. But if you're a government official and you're out here in these streets, you just out here interviewing homeless people and being like, okay, thank you for telling me your story. Like, what? In the code? Couldn't be me. So before we get to Ask Ernest, because I know we're gonna talk about that too. Okay? We're gonna talk about that. Okay? Before we get to that, let's talk about this Roots Picnic real quick. So the headliners are Jay-Z and Erykah Badu. It's Jay-Z and the Roots, and then it's Erykah Badu. Those are the two major headliners. And then right under them is Kalani, Brandy, and T.I. And under them, it's Mariah the Scientist, Black Thought and Wale, and Jermaine Dupri and Friends. And then after that, there's like De La Soul, Corinne Bailey Rae, Dustin Conrad, Bilal. Then there is, after that, Adam Blackstone is doing a Waiting to Exhale soundtrack, which they didn't spell soundtrack correctly on the flyer. Spelling still matters, y'all. Grammar matters. It's going to have Yolanda Adams, Ledisi, Tamar Braxton, Andra Day, and more. There's going to be some Baller Alert front porch podcasting situation, I suppose, or something like that, with Nucci and Kenny Burns, whoever that is. Then there's Funk Master Flex, or just Funk Flex, Bino French, DJ Active, DJ Diamond Cuts, a couple other DJs, and that's it. I have thoughts, right? So with Jay-Z, you have Jay-Z, who is clearly the big sell. I mean, apparently this is at Belmont Plateau, which we talked about last week. I broke that. And what's interesting about this Jay-Z situation is that they said, look, off his name alone, the VIP gold badges sold out. That's what they said. Erykah Badu, of course, Erykah Badu is headlining. I feel underwhelmed. I'm not going. And I know that y'all are going to say, bitch, you a bitter ass bitch. You bitter. So you're biased. Your opinion, right? But no. I will be real with y'all. I can be fair, even in the things I don't like or whatever. I can be critical, but also acknowledge things, right? Jay-Z is the grab, right? But the rest of this lineup is a little weird to me, and for various reasons. One, I just feel like a lot of these people have either been around that I don't necessarily know what makes them a headliner. Like Erykah Badu has come to Philly and has come to the Dale, has been at the Dale multiple times. I don't necessarily know like her headline, the Roots Picnic. I mean, that's a milestone for her. Get your money, girl. But like, I don't feel like, for those who are real Erykah Badu fans, which she's banned me on Twitter, she doesn't care much for me. But I don't know if her headline is like the big mouth dropper to me. Because I'm kind of like, Kalani, Brandy, and T.I. Brandy is a big grab, right? Brandy and Monica would have really, as a duo, would have really sold this, but Brandy's got her book coming out. Brandy is a big one, right? But right next to Kalani, I just feel like if this was any other Roots Picnic, she would not be on the second tier. Kalani is a great artist, but not next to Brandy and T.I. And also T.I. is kind of like, he got his new song. I guess he's got a new album, maybe, so perhaps. But any other time, Kalani would have been on the third tier. The third tier, and I'm talking about the placement, right? The headliner is Jay-Z and Erykah Badu. The second one under them is Kalani and Brandy and T.I. But right under them is Mariah the Scientist. No shade, but Mariah the Scientist is not a good performer live. Now, I like that song, Burning Blue. But as a live artist, like, that's your third tier? Black Thought and Wale, cool. It's all right, not bad. This is expected. And then Jermaine Dupri and Friends. So I've seen a Jermaine Dupri and Friends situation. I think it's gonna be really weird if he brings out Trey Songz. Gonna mind my business, but he did that in California when I saw that showcase. I could see B2K pulling up. I could see B2K in the mix. That will be a good audience pleaser. I can see Anne-Marie with One Thing, pulling out One Thing and singing that real quick. You know, I could see that being how he might pull it off. I don't think he's going to be able to pull out Usher, but you never know. But for that to be third tier, okay. But then everybody else under is like, what, De La Soul, okay, legendary. Corinne Bailey Rae, interesting choice, interesting grab. Dustin Conrad is emerging star. Bilal, and then the rest of these other people, I don't really know who they are. I just feel like normally in any given year, Wale would have been in that section. I feel like Mariah Science would have been there. I just feel like it's top heavy. And then the bottom just gets a little whatever. I just feel like there's just less artists on this lineup. My eyes are playing tricks on me, but I remember in the previous years, the lineup has so many more artists. So I had to do my research. I had to say, well, is it just me or does that lineup look a little bit smaller? So here's what happened previously, okay? Their two-day festival, okay? When they did the festival, because I'm telling y'all what it is, okay? The lineup last year, that's the one when I had the horrible experience, okay? But the lineup last year, the lineup was massive, was bigger than that sign. So last year, the lineup was D'Angelo, which ended up, we ended up having, I believe, Lil Wayne instead, but D'Angelo couldn't. But it was D'Angelo, Meek Mill, Lenny Kravitz, Lotto, Tim's, Miguel, Glorilla, Kaytranada, Jeezy, Jagged Edge, Pusha T and 2 Chainz, Music Soul Child. Like, that was just, like, the build. We don't have that. I mean, that's just, that was the headliners. Like, those were all the big names up top. So to see it be this way, that just seems a little underwhelming. But they're building it heavy off of Erykah Badu and Jay-Z. Now, what's interesting is that this Live Nation playing them games. So Live Nation Urban does a Roots Picnic. After that, Jay-Z, the day after he first announced, Jay-Z didn't announce that he's going to do this double day tour in July to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt and the 25th anniversary of The Blueprint, which I argue is his best album. I'm not going to that concert. It's going to be at Yankee Stadium, I believe. Brooklyn. It's going to be huge. I mean, people are saying they spend thousands of dollars building a floor. I just want to say, I don't know who spent all that money to go see Jay-Z. I don't know. I don't know how he's going to pull that off with them prices. Because the last time Jay-Z did a solo tour here, first of all, his highest grossing tours have been with Beyonce when they did the On the Run. Jay-Z is a talented rapper. I will never take that from him. He is one of the greatest of all times. I actually respect Jay-Z's rap. Like, you cannot deny his rap. Like, his pen game is crazy. But he has never been the type of artist that could do, I mean, he did Madison Square Garden, but he was never a stadium type of rapper. Like, he was never like a Drake. He was never like a Kendrick in that way of touring. Like, his shows, I mean, he's had some nice shows, but let me just put this in perspective. With the 444 tour, there were tickets being sold on Groupon the last time he came to Philadelphia. That is a fact. There were tickets being sold on Groupon for Jay-Z's solo concert. So I don't know how this is going to play out with these tickets. I don't know if 2 days, I mean, maybe because he's not doing a tour. So maybe it's going to force people to fly in, everybody and mama to fly in and go to the show. So maybe he'll sell out because I guess he's expecting all of his super fans to spend that money and come from all over the country to go to that concert for 2 days. So they're going to make it like a New York trip, I suppose. And it's like a 2-day experience. That's a lot of Jay-Z. That's a lot for 2 nights. But I guess they like Hova, so maybe they'll do it. But I mean, okay. Just seems interesting to me. There's been a lot of people talking online about the price of these tickets. They're not cheap at all. And what I feel like is that it's time for them to be honest. This is the way them tickets are costing. This is not a concert for Philadelphia. This is a concert in Philadelphia. This is a concert for a certain niche of Philadelphia. But this is not a concert for everyday Philadelphians. Like they're talking about this Black history at the Beaumont Plateau. These tickets for this event is so expensive that they're going to price out the type of people that they're trying to pay homage to. Because even at their age, if they were talking about the times they had, they were not spending that kind of money to have those type of music experiences. So you cannot exploit the nostalgia of a Black Philadelphia that I didn't even live in, and talk about those good old days of music, but then charge these type of prices and expect you to be doing something for the people. This is a money grab. They're going to sell to a certain subset and class of people, and that's just what it is. While they've been hooking up other folks, maybe you can find some kids that can go or some people to go. I don't know. Get some passes for youth. But a lot of this just seems to be like the Roots Picnic does not belong to Philadelphia. It's in Philadelphia. They're putting Black faces on it. But this is kind of like the way people talk about like Essence Fest and other festivals. I mean, not even Essence Fest as much, but like you put the familiar Black faces to market the thing, but the thing itself is not as accessible to said people. But when you have a billionaire that is the headliner of your event and you're selling tickets for that much, what should you expect? So that's that. So let's get to this week's Ask Ernest. You all are talking about, y'all saw this video and you all seen it. And I know this woman. So I'm going to be very mindful about how I discuss this. But I have to be honest because shots were thrown and people, enough people saw that I was being talked about. And I need to address it because I'm never going to be quiet about things. Again, this is my era that I'm not going to say disrespect, but if people are going to publicly talk about me, then I have a level to respond. So let me respond to this in the most transparent, most clear way as possible. So Chelsea Cox is the sister of Morgan Cephas, who's running for Congress. Chelsea Cox is also a news creator. She's also a political consultant. She is somebody who's worked in politics. She's made a name for herself outside of her sister, even though she has consistently maintained business with her sister in ways that have been financially lucrative in addition to just being a sibling. As somebody who has a sibling and has had a husband and things in politics and in this space, I understand. But there has to come a time where you have to identify conflict of interest and bias. And if you don't understand how that works in the journalism world, then let me educate. So there was a video that she made that got some traction on her page where she talked about how she made content. A lot of people felt like she was responding to my criticism around the role of content creators and news creators and whatnot. And she has in many ways appeared to be someone that every time I talk about it, she takes it personal. Even though I'm not really talking about her specifically or addressing her because I wasn't even thinking about her. But she has always felt like she needs to be the one to comment. And I know there's conversations being had with me with other news creators or content creators in her orbit, in her circle. And people have come back to me and told me what was said and how it was said and what and third. And you know what? Hey, it is what it is. But at least I am going to name it and stand on it. And I guess she thought that this was her way of doing it. So there was this very animated video where she tries to explain how the content she creates is hers and is not compromised and not any of the things. And she tosses a paper in the background and she wants to make a joke of it. And I think she was mocking me, and that's her prerogative and that's her right. Well, here's the thing, right? Because I think it's important to note because I think there's an education that needs to be here. And I'm going to address it here on my podcast. I'm not going to take it to Instagram because I know how the streets go. And, I'm trying to be mindful, because, look, despite disagreements about certain issues, Chelsea and her sister Morgan are people that I do, for the most part, hold in high regard. They came to my wedding. I invited them to my wedding. I've gone out with them. They're Greek. We're all in the same space. And, my phone has always been available. And she's used the number when she's wanted to talk to him about other matters. So to see the video and her knowing what she was doing in that conversation, you threw some shots. And it's your right. But I'm going to have to respond because I think what I'm not going to do is be gaslit. What I'm not going to do is have people insult my intelligence, play in my face, try to challenge the merit of what I'm saying in ways that is intellectually dishonest. So let me explain what I was talking about. And it was not necessarily just about you, because there is many content creators that are doing this in different ways that raise issues, but because there's now this public, nature, and people are egging this on, I want to be very clear. There's no beef, because I don't think no one wants beef with me, and I don't want to have beef with another person. And as Black folks in this media ecosystem, I'm just trying to protect the state of journalism and the decency of the free press. I'm not trying to say news creators and content creators can exist, but we got to be transparent about the ways that they operate and the biases that they have. So let me explain what I meant when I said the things I've said about news creators and the biases that be, for those who didn't understand it. So here's the problem here. There are some news creators that are content creators that are pushing news and agendas for or information to the public. They say that they are fact-based, that they say they're just saying the facts. They're not giving any commentary, analysis. Sure, fine, have at it. They're just simply reporting the news and telling people the facts. A lot of times I ask the question, where are you getting your facts from, right? If you're getting your facts from press releases and statements and figures that is being released solely by the city, if you're not scrutinizing the sourcing of that information or finding new ways to provide context and nuance, then you're just basically being an avatar for government. You're just basically being an avatar. And I don't think government needs another mouthpiece or, talking head to just basically regurgitate information that they are putting out. If you're not vetting that information, even when it comes from government entities, right? Then you're pushing whatever the rhetoric and talking points that they're putting out. And content creators and news creators like Chelsea gets invited to governmental spaces. The mayor has invited her to things. She's been given press badges and things and access to go to certain stuff. That's fine. But when you go there and you're being assigned placement there, they're expecting, even if they're not paying you, for you to, give your analysis or your take. A lot of her videos and videos I see from certain news creators don't give any take. They say they're there to explain things, but their explanation and analysis is limited to the framing of whatever the agency in space gives them. So whatever the elected official or the government is sending them to do, they're basically a mouthpiece to whatever that information is that's being given to them by the government. And so I have looked at her videos. I've seen them for over a year. And I've tried to think to myself, well, what's wrong with having a little bit of skepticism and criticism? What's wrong with challenging some of what's being told to you and trying to give credence to other perspectives? I guess she would argue she's not a journalist. But according to the grant money you're getting from LendFest, you're considered a news creator and you're considered an independent journalist that reports through social media. People are looking at you as if you're mocking a journalist. Even if you say you're not, you're presenting this information in a way that comes off as very newsy. The issue here And what I've learned through time is that I have been consistently talking about journalism ethics and code of ethics. You cannot prescribe journalism code of ethics on people that are not journalists. So then what is the case? And what the case really is that I think a lot of these news creators struggle with media literacy. They don't actually understand media literacy. They think they do because they create content online, but they actually lack media literacy. I think they actually don't understand how even what bias looks like in journalism or in media, period. Because that's part of media literacy is understanding bias, right? And it's not only bias whether or not you're a journalist or not. It's about how you get your information and the accessibility and the conflict of interest. And they seem not to understand that one, right? Conflict of interest. They seem not to understand that even how you source your information to get access to information is also the framing of how you tell a story, even if you think you're being neutral. Neutrality does not get defined by the content creator. It gets defined by how the public perceives it and why. And in journalism, people use that word objectivity, which I've told you all that word objective is a dead word because in your lived experiences, you cannot be able to be objective. Objectivity belongs to a robot. It does not belong to a human. You cannot be objective as a person. What you strive to be is fair and balanced. What you strive to be is someone who can be able to provide a very nuanced, critical lens of something because that's what people are seeking. But with news creators, this weird, I guess, hybrid between journalist and content creator is that they think that they can be able to be away from any level of critique because they're saying, we're simply stating the facts. Well, where are you getting your facts from and how are you getting your facts and why are you getting access to the facts? Actually, that matters. So in her video, she mocks the fact of mimicking my concerns that there are news creators and content creators across the country that are getting incentivized various ways, right? Some are getting paid. Some of them are getting access and opportunities from various government entities and political campaigns to share information in a certain type of way. And she says that she jokes about how she wants to discuss the places that she's getting her money from and this and the third. And she says none. She tosses the piece of paper. She's throwing shots. Received. Here's the thing. I listened very carefully to what she said. She says that she has not been paid by any campaigns, dark money groups, politicians, or anyone to produce her content creation. I can believe that. I'm not disputing that. That's fair. But here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. The problem is that Chelsea Cox is a political consultant. She also has a foundation called A Seat at the Table, which is a nonprofit organization. The people that sit on the boards of her foundation are political consultants and people that work on political campaigns. She gets money, and currently, and at the time in which I pulled up the files, her political consulting firm is getting money, is paying her a congressional candidate in the race is paying for her services, her consulting services. And her access to Harrisburg when she was creating some of her content videos came while she was simultaneously getting paid to do consulting work in Harrisburg. I can name more names, but I wish people will not play in my face and act like I'm a liar. But if you pull up certain elected officials' campaign finance reports, you will see this consulting firm throughout 2025 getting paid thousands of dollars. That's one client. That's not all her clients. If you look at who is on her board for a seat at the table, her foundation. Those are also some deeply politically connected individuals that's also even connected to some of the grant money that she's getting. This, my friends, is called a conflict of interest. Now, someone will say, well, she's not getting paid directly from them for her content. No. But if you connect these relationships that are active, that are politically lucrative and beneficial to her, this could skew the way in which she presents her information. In other words, there's a reason why she's not providing deep analysis, any type of thorough reporting or criticism or skepticism with any of the information that she's presenting. Because she's closely connected to the various institutions and powers that be. Curtis Jones is a member of City Council. She goes to City Hall. You're talking about city government entities. Some of your clients and people that sit on your board is connected to these respected elected officials and current political campaigns. So that does play a role in the way that you present your content. You cannot tell me it does not. A good example of this was the 76ers Arena video she did. I'm watching her explain this or try to explain this. And I'm saying, I'm looking at how she tiptoes around the issue and around the legitimate concerns and also does not provide any actual take. Reason why is because maybe some of the political relationships of her clients, some of which are elected officials and otherwise, if she were to do those things, that can impact where she's making her money. If she's not making her money from content creation, she's making her money through political consulting. So a political consultant acting also as a political news creator, y'all don't see the problem with that? It kind of reminds me of a publicist in Philadelphia who represents several restaurants, but also acts as if they are a content creator. So you're a content creator. You're a content creator while you're also, let me think about this. You're a content creator while also being a publicist for restaurants. You don't think that some level of bias is going to shape the way that you share facts and information? Like a political consultant serving as a news creator in Philadelphia where their clients are deeply connected to City Hall in Harrisburg. And I'm supposed to believe that they're just going to willy-nilly not be influenced by that work and how they are sharing this quote unquote unbought, unbiased content? Bullshit. And so, to be clear, Chelsea's not the only person doing this. There is a lot of other news creators that are out here sharing the news and just giving out facts. But where is the source of your income and how does that connect to this? And the failure to disclose those connections out loud and how they influence what rooms you get into and how you're there. So here's the thing, right? It's not like you went to Harrisburg simply to cover Harrisburg. You was going to Harrisburg because you had business in Harrisburg, and your business in Harrisburg got you access to those chambers, to those spaces, and you created content for your client while simultaneously creating your own independent content. Like, let's call a thing here. And listen, do that. But do not try to dismiss legitimate critiques and concerns about how that sets a bad, dangerous precedent for how news is being consumed in this city from accounts like yours. Because when I say, I guess I got to make it crystal clear, conflict of interest, when I say possible bias, when I say the lack to disclose, These are the things. So I listened very carefully to the video. No, you may not be getting paid directly to create your content. However, you are being financially incentivized through other connections to your businesses in your nonprofit. Let me tell y'all something. When my husband was the communications director for Katherine Gilmer Richardson, I did not get access into that building because of that. I had to take my ass in them long ass lines every Thursday at City Council to try to get a seat. I was not given a press badge or any of those things. I did not use any of my relationships with individuals to give me any of that type of access. Not for anything I covered. Look, anybody can go to an event. I went to campaign rallies and events, but I didn't cover them. You know, like that's different. But to frame this as something different, I just think we just got to be clear about those separations. And so that was a major red flag for me. And listen, I'm always open to having conversations with anyone about these topics. And I even let Chelsea know that before she did that video. I just don't know why she did that video. She could have just called her brother. But here's the thing, it's all love. Make your money. But what you're doing is in journalism. And what you're doing without disclosure is eroding the public's trust in news. Some of this information, yeah, you got your little stands, your little fans gassing you up, but I don't think they may not know all the information that I just shared just now. And if they think that that does not raise a level of concern, because it's bigger than just you. It was, but I guess people, I don't want to say hit dog will holler because I'm not calling her a dog. Let me be very clear. We're respectful here. It is a metaphor, but I'm not referring to her as a dog. But I'm saying that people who, I will say a guilty conscience will oftentimes do the most. I always say if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if you're going to mock a legitimate journalist critique about this institutional hazard, then yeah, I'm going to say something. And Linfest Institute, bless their hearts, they're doing whatever they can to save the Inquirer, even if that means fucking over independent local media outlets. I mean, listen, the Linfest that I knew years ago was not the Linfest I know now as far as the entity. And it's been a shame how they have compromised their journalistic principles in the name of trying to be niche, right? It's not about evolution. It's about the selling out of journalistic ethics and principles to try to appeal to a mass of people who are media illiterate. There is a lot of media illiteracy that's taking place. And my overall conversations to content creators out here is that if you want to enter the media space to report news or any type, please, it's one thing if you want to do food reviews and shit, that's fine, whatever, get your life. But if you're trying to get in the news business of like sharing news and specifically on serious topics like politics, right? There is a level of media literacy that needs to be had before you dip your toe into that. And I think a lot of people think it's gatekeeping. It's not gatekeeping. It's maintaining quality. It's about having a standard. It's about having an actual understanding. And it doesn't have to be journalistic code of ethics, but you got to at least know what a conflict of interest is. You got to at least know what bias is. You got to at least understand access and how that works in shaping news. And if you don't know that, and you can't even acknowledge that, I don't necessarily know if this is the right space for you to be creating that kind of news, because we got to have some transparency here. But all love, people will be mad. They'll be mad. What's new? But I had to keep it true. If you're going to make a video and throw shots, it's 20. Look, I'm about to be 35 in October. I am not about to be young bulled. I am not about to continue to let people play with my name. I'm not going to let people dismiss my legitimate concerns and critiques. I'm not going to let people attempt to silence me, gaslight me, slander me, defame me, and disparage me in ways that It's undermining the merits of what I'm saying. If you don't like me, that's fine. And that's for anybody, let me be very clear. But I think there comes a line where you have to recognize what's really going on and be above that. And I just think too many people are trying to dismiss the messenger and the truth teller because they don't like the truth. Just saying. Just saying. You know, we got a lot here. We got a lot here on this ground. Something I said earlier is and this is important, be more uncomfortable with lying than being confronted about it. There are more people that is uncomfortable about being confronted about the lies that they say than they are actually with lying themselves or misleading people or deceiving people. And I'm not replying to one particular person, but just talking in general, that is a trend that I've noticed for quite some time. So just wanted to let that be known because yeah, we gotta be better. Period. So I want to address this because this is going viral. I've had a viral moment. What's new? But I talked about the budget, and there's been over 1,000 likes and counting as a recording of this podcast about what I said about the mayor's upcoming budget. I gave more details because I feel like when I first said the mayor does not have an economic plan, a lot of people thought that was a very bold take. I guess. But I'm going to share what I said on social. Some of you have already seen it, but I want to unpack it here. The post I made was on Sunday afternoon, and I said, listen up. Philadelphians have a legitimate reason to be critical of Mayor Parker's budget because it begs the question of fiscal responsibilities and priorities. Everyday citizens are going to face new taxes increases for resources that others won't get. For example, last year, the Philadelphia Police Department budget was over $872 million. They will continue to see a boost this year. That's more than 11 other major city departments combined. And so I listed these city departments: Human Services, Sanitation, Public Health, Parks and Recs, the Free Library, Homeless Services, Behavioral Health, Community Empowerment, Arts and Culture, Neighborhood Community Action Centers, and Sustainability. That is the 11, right? Their grand total combined is $861 million. That is less than the Philadelphia Police Department's $872 million. Now, mind you, the city's budget spends nearly as much money on Philadelphia police officer uniforms than they fund community empowerment, arts and culture, sustainability, and neighborhood community action centers combined. Those departments combined total is $17.2 million. The current fiscal budget for police uniforms is $16.9 million. Now, when I talk about police uniform, I'm talking about tasers, clothing, body cameras, guns, batons, which gag. Who the fuck is still carrying batons in 2026? ID badges and pouches, and handcuffs. So for tasers, the city spends roughly $2.6 million on tasers alone. Clothing is around close to $8.9 million. Body cameras are around $4.6 million. Guns is over $500,000. Batons are over $32,000, close to $33,000. ID badges and pouches is over $141,000. And handcuffs are over $20,000, close to $21,000. Now, with all of this money being spent elsewhere, you mean to tell me that Philadelphians need to be taxed for every Lyft and Uber ride just to raise only $9 million additional dollars to support Philadelphia schools? So let me make this make sense. Right now, the mayor is proposing her budget a 25-cent increase per ride on rideshare. So that includes Uber, Lyft. Those are the major rideshare. So if you get on an Uber ride, there's going to be an additional 25 cents added to every ride that you take. They're estimating that with all of the surges, changes, rides, all that they will raise $9 million new dollars, that all of that money is going to go to Philadelphia public schools. So you're going to tax working class people because, mind you, everybody who rides Uber do not have money. There's a lot of kids who cannot ride the school bus at a certain age where their parents have to either drive them through car share or have to Uber them depending on who's got the car at that time. We're going to tax these people $9 million additional dollars. Like I'm sorry. We're taxing people to just raise $9 million. There was not a better way to get that money in a new budget proposal seeking to increase our current budget by $200 million. So this is what I mean when I say our current city's administration doesn't have an economic plan. Because where's the logic in this? And so I need to be real with y'all. There's a lot of people that have been feeling bad saying, am I wrong for wondering where the money is going? Yes, you do have a right. You're not wrong for feeling that way. We have the money. Our leadership just chooses to spend it cowardly. Like, where's the accountability on law enforcement spending? Like, who is going to take a step back and say, yo, why are we spending money on batons? Like, why are we spending this budget? $872 million? We can't shave that down to $850. And then the crazy thing is that with all that money we're spending, they're saying they're having a hard time recruiting police officers. How, Sway? I don't even understand. How y'all having a hard time recruiting police officers when y'all got the most money, like all that money? So you mean to tell me that y'all having a struggle with hiring officers and paying them or whatever the shit is? You're having a hard time recruiting new officers. But, okay. Maybe some of that overtime that people are accounting for. It's just weird to me. But let me say this, though, because it's not just the mayor. Our city council plays politics every year at these hearings and cut deals for themselves. The only reason why we have the budget the way it is because city council has to approve the budget and pass it. These budget negotiations they do behind the doors is really them giving the mayor what the mayor wants each time. They never really tell the mayor no on much things. The mayor proposes the budget. They pretty much give her what she wants. They'll put on the political theater every year. But for all the political theater, it does not match the budget they pass each year. Last year, Kendra Brooks voted against the budget. And now I understand even more why. Because this budget is not it. This budget is trash. This budget is morally bankrupt. This budget is outrageous. And this budget continues to let the law enforcement department suck more money that we all got to pay for. And you making us pay the tab for all this other shit and then making us pay for public schools. When is the Philadelphia Police Department going to pay their fair share? What about pilots? What about all these other things? Why is it that we got to pay for our shit now? We've been paying for the shit. They didn't even tax the damn soda tax. We didn't have all kind of other taxes. At some point, somebody else going to have to take the hit. We saw during the pandemic who had to take that hit. Why is it that now the poorest, the second poorest major city, we got to get taxed more to pay for shit that we don't have to pay for? The money is there. The money is there. Y'all can't find that $9 million? Because I can find it. That budget, this is a big ass budget. This budget is huge. This budget is colossal. This budget is increasing by $200 million. And y'all telling me y'all can't find this money. Y'all don't want to find the money. Y'all don't want to find the money. This is not fiscally responsible. This is political. And no. This budget is $6.97 billion. One Philly, one future budget is what she called it. $6.97 billion. For those who don't know what that is $6,970,000,000. And with a budget that big, we can't find 9 million without taxing people on Uber and Lyft rides. You gotta be kidding me. It's one thing if that tax was gonna give us $90 million or some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, we're gonna raise $90 million. Okay, I'll pay that. But just $9 million, all these billionaires and developers we got in this city, and nobody can come together and commit to $9 million. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't. I don't see it. It's looking real weird to me. It's looking mighty weird to me. I don't see it. So, good luck, babe. Good luck, babe. Because I done been around the block. I done seen many things. People are saying to me, that another thing that people want to know is where does the money go from PPA go to? Especially with them adding all the speed lights on Broad Street. Fees for parking meters also increased. And so the budget of the school district remains the same. Exactly. I got questions just like y'all. Where's this money going? Where's the money going? Where's the money going? All these people. People got questions. People are having tough conversations right now. It's real. The math is a math thing. So I got some solutions, recommendations per se. People are saying to me, what can we do? Here's what y'all can do. Ignore the propaganda that's going to be pushed these next few weeks from political lapdogs and city-sanctioned media pushing half-baked talking points. They're going to make videos, graphics, and they're going to try to tell you all kind of shit to convince you that this budget is where it's at. It's not. But that's their job, and they got to make their money. And it's journalists like me who's responsible for letting you all know that this ain't it. Okay? This ain't it. This ain't it. Okay? Go to these public hearings and town halls with pointed questions and honesty. You have the right to be there. Invoke the Sunshine Act. Please do. Please. There are going to be public hearings, testimonies, town halls all throughout the city. Go there. Show up. Speak up. Let your opinions be known. Okay? If they tell you you cannot be there, invoke the Sunshine Act. You have a right to be at any public meetings held by any government officials or agencies. You have a right to be there. Zoning meetings, city council hearings and meetings. You have the right to be there. Okay? Contact your local city council members and personally let them know how you feel about this budget. Now, my city council member is Jamie Gauthier. I think Jamie Gauthier knows what West Philadelphia and how we feel about this. But does Curtis Jones know? Because look, he got Giselle Jones working for the Park Administration, his wife. I'm just saying, is he gonna sit there and just rock with it? He come on, Pop. You're gonna have to have a backbone here because this is serious. This budget cannot go through the way that it currently is being proposed. Okay? All these middle of the road progressives, Isaiah Thomas, pick a side and stay there because we're watching you. Okay? All these other city council members, look at what they doing. Where they stand on this. Anthony Phillips. Now, I know you got Cheryl Parker's seat, but you cannot always be her lapdog every time she proposes something. It ain't looking good. You the youngest member of city council. You know how young people feel about these budget priorities. Use your position to do the right thing. Don't let the police take y'all out. Invoke your First Amendment rights. Know your rights. Speak up. Show up. It's not just me. I can't be the only one or one of few that every time something wrong with the budget, I say something. Y'all got to say something. Y'all got to be out loud. Write guest op-eds. Call the radio station. Some of y'all call my show. Let the public know and the people know that this budget is not it. And we might be able to change something. And no, for the 15,000th time, I am not running for office. I have no interest in running in politics. I have no interest. And I shouldn't have to. I'm just somebody who want people to know what to do. Okay? So don't sign me up to run for it, okay? Because I listen, I'll be a mess. I'll be a mess. Y'all don't want me in office. Some of y'all might do. Some of y'all like that kind of stuff. But you know, we try. We try. We definitely try. So, moving along. We're going to talk about some movies. There's a lot going on right now. Ryan Coogler, hot off his Oscar win last Sunday at the Oscars. Sinners did really well. Michael B. Jordan out here eating, In-N-Out Burger, ill, but he's cute with the burgers. It's cute. He got his Oscar. We happy for him. There's been a lot of conversation online about Ryan Coogler and Sinners, and there's a lot of discourse about queer erasure. A lot of people are saying, why is this conversation coming up now? There were conversations had in the beginning, but a lot of people wanted to wait for the Oscar season. They didn't want to drag this discourse because they know the power of public critique and how it can influence an Oscar season. I mean, look at, one bout after another. Tiana Taylor's campaign was eviscerated after that. She was somebody who had a really strong chance of winning the Oscar to not winning. And I think a lot of it had to do with the public critique around her role, Persithia Beverly Hills, like that role, was something. She got the Oscar nomination, good for her. But I do think that if there was not that discourse being had about that performance, I think a lot of people would have went towards. And I mean, Amy Hannigan was doing it too, but I think there was a lot. I mean, I think one bout after another, even though he won some Oscars, I think that a lot of the negative discourse about the film did play a role in the fact that they didn't do that massive sweep like many people would have presumed they would have done. They won 6 Oscars, not bad, but they did miss in some categories that was very telling. Best Actor, Cinematography, that went to Sinners, in addition to other Academy Awards that went to Sinners. Sinners got the Best Actor award, So it's a lot of things that I think end up impacting one battle after another based off of that. So I think that people was like, look, there was a group of people in the community, Black queer folks, that had some legitimate critiques about Sinners. I even talked about it months ago on this podcast, about just how I thought, does Ryan Coogler see queer people in his films? Like, I've noticed a pattern that it's just a very, very, very heteronormative lens. And here's the issue. It's one thing they say, look, Ryan's a straight man. He's writing from his lens. Cut it out. Because what's interesting about his films is that he strives to depict a very broad spectrum of Black life. And even in fantasy, right? Even in movies like, Black Panther, Ryan Coogler tries to create these all-encompassing Black experiences. And he includes women, and he includes elders, and he includes certain types of faiths and things that he invokes in his story. But for whatever reason, there's no invocation of queerness. Like, Ryan Coogler has so many different types of ways that he includes diasporic faith and ritual within it. And he's not a part of those rituals and customs himself, but he knows to include it because he wants to tell a holistic experience of the Black experience. I just think that when you're doing these bigger Black films,
where you create this world and universe that encompasses blackness, and you want to include so many different perspectives and things. How does queerness get erased from that at all? Like, you don't have nobody gay. And I think the biggest critique is in Sinners is that when he's doing that scene, the scene that I think won best cinematography, the scene that I tell people, if you like that scene, you can appreciate the movie. If you don't like that scene, you don't get it. You know what scene I'm talking about. But that scene is so beautiful. And yet he's telling a story of Black music, culture, art over years and connecting this dot. How do you do that without any Black queer influence? Like, you're going through these eras of Black music to modern day. All of the ways in which the arts and performance is shaped through the Black experience. You have all different types of backgrounds, color, sizes, shapes, ideologies that influence that journey. And you just skip over a queer perspective in that music. Ballroom and Vogue. Like, when I saw that scene, I appreciate it. It was beautiful. But there was a part of me that was just like, you got ballerinas, you got all this. Where's the Voguers? Where's the ballroom? Like, it's just almost like there was like an omission there. And it just felt a little bit incomplete. And I remember seeing it and being like, okay, you're going through the decades. I see rhythm and blues, hip hop, beatbox, comedy, rock. I see all these different influences, but you just skip over the ballroom. It just, for a man who lives in California, for a man who's from Oakland, for a man who is in my age group, he's not an old Black man. He's in his 30s. Like, we're all millennials. There's no way that you did not see that you did not think of that. And here we are. And so I think it's a fair critique. I mean, he's made so many movies. Even in Wakanda. Where are the queer folks in Wakanda? Do queer people exist in Wakanda? You know? you know what I'm saying? Like, do I exist in Wakanda? Is there, in this futuristic Black Afrofuturism that largely is being promoted by Black queer voices, do we exist in Wakanda? It's a fair question. It's a fair critique about artistry, right? There's been critiques about Spike Lee and how he depicts Black women and the way that he talks about the sexualization, like how he has done sexualization of Black women in film. Like, there are critiques for all these directors. Like, everybody gets it. We do it for Paul Thomas Anderson, which was fair. But, like, we can have these conversations, Black people. And it's not about tearing people down. Like, I respect Ryan Coogler's work. I think he's a great filmmaker. But I do think that there is something to be said that he's did all these films and we're just ignoring a major subset of our community. Especially for a man who invokes Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was led by 3 Black queer women. Queer women was a part of that movement. How do you invoke these issues and erase queerness in any of this context? But then it's the guy who'll probably tell you he got a gay homie somewhere, with his Oakland accent. Cool. Well, where's the gay homie? Where is us in these films? Even when it's an original screenplay where it's your idea and your imagination does not include us. It's crazy. I can't imagine doing anything about Black life and not including Black men from all spectrums of their orientation. I couldn't imagine doing a Black film and not having Black women. Like, if I did a Black film, like, there's no Black film that's going to encompass various folks and don't have Black Muslims. Like, the erasure of Black Muslims annoys me, not because I am Muslim, but because I have a lot of my friends who are, and I know how even in black cities like Chicago, where I was born, and Philadelphia, where I live. Like, it's almost when I see people erase black Muslims in conversations pertaining to black culture, I'm just like, how, like, there's just no way, but we see these things, I just don't imagine a world where you erase dark-skinned women. I don't see a world where you erase black immigrants. I don't see a world where you erase black queer people. I just don't. I don't. So people have tried to come to his defense. You know how stand culture gets, saying, well, this is his lens and this is how he sees it. You can't force somebody. No, you can't. You can't. I get it. You can't. But you can critique, and you can, as a viewer and a consumer, talk about the things that you see and what you don't see. And that's fine, because art should be critiqued. We should be able to listen to albums and have different opinions about whether the album spoke to us or didn't speak to us, or what it means. It doesn't mean that our final say is the say, but I do think that people have a right to consume the art, especially if it's mass art, like mass consumerism. Like, what? Like, Mama Tina's gumbo. Everybody want to have an opinion about Mama Tina's gumbo. Well, listen, she done put it out there in the rodeo. Everybody get to eat and have an opinion. Like, everybody get to have a take. I mean, it's art. But I digress. Devil Wears Prada 2. I'm excited about it. I've been following the fandom. I've already gotten advance tickets to Lip Brothers. We're all going the night before. We're not going May 1st, okay? We're going the night before. We got some advanced screening tickets. We're locked in. We're going to see The Devil Wears Prada before it comes out in theaters. This is mandatory Lip Brothers outing, so we're really excited about it. We ready. We ready for this, okay? I am ready for this. I've seen a lot of the trailers. I'm excited about this sequel. I don't really care how it turns out. I just love the movie. I'm into it. I just want to see. I'm just so grateful. Like, these are the things we want to see. This is the sequel that, I didn't even think could happen, but this is the type of sequel that I'm excited for. This is the year of sequels. For example, we're about to get a bunch of sequels, y'all. Disney has announced there's going to be a Lilo and Stitch 2. This is a live action, okay? Incredibles 3, Monsters, Inc. 3, and before y'all start, they're considering Monsters University Monsters 2. So if you was wondering where was Monsters, Inc. 2, that was because it was a prequel, not a sequel, but they're calling this Monsters, Inc. 3. That's weird. Coco 2 is coming. Yes, they're making the Cocos 2. I got thoughts about these sequels, but I feel like Disney has taken some hits by making some progressive films. They're now leaning in with this logic of, we make films, we're not therapy. Get your money. But it's like I'm a little sequeled out. I don't necessarily know if I need all these sequels, but they're not making these movies for me at this point. I'm grown, y'all. I'm big bro, soon to be unk status. I know they're not making these films for me, so I'm gonna let them be great. So, 2 other things I want to talk about. Justin Bieber and Usher, the streets are talking that there was allegedly a confrontation between Usher and Bieber at Beyonce and Jay-Z's Gold Party, Oscar party last week. Now, there's been a picture circulating on the internet. Y'all, this AI is crazy. It's not real. That photo that everybody's showing with Beyonce's face and all that, this is not a real photo. That confrontation, that picture, that is not real. None of that is real. That is not real. That TMZ watermark is a watermark that is not from TMZ. That is not an official photo. I hate that every week I got to tell y'all that AI is just ruining everything. Nothing is real, okay? Photo is AI, not real. What we do know that has legitimacy was there was a confrontation between Usher and Justin Bieber. There was some words exchanged. Something's going on with that camp. We don't know the details. I'm not going to speculate, but it is not looking good between them two. And I remember hearing some things about, I think Justin Bieber not following Usher anymore on Instagram. I'm following him a year or so ago. It's a lot going on, and people are making allegations that is this connected to Diddy? Because as you know, Usher was initially Justin Bieber's mentor, and Usher did hang out with Diddy through the relationship Diddy Diddy did hang out with Bieber, which we heard about. Hung out with him for a period of time. It's a lot going on over there. So don't know if that's connected, but there's some friction between them. So that's that. Now, this episode is called "No Beards Allowed," but I'm not saying that this is about beards. But Tyler Perry just so happens to find himself at some event in Atlanta, sitting right next to Jason Lee, how you doing, and Marlo. And the internet began to speculate, was Marlo and Tyler Perry together? Now, I'm not trying to be messy, and I'm just saying that I thought that when I saw the video, when he was in between Jason Lee and Marlo, I thought people were going to talk about Jason Lee and Tyler Perry. Like, what is that the guess not. The conversation was Marlo. He was very affectionate with Marlo, apparently. And there were pictures on the internet circulating of Marlo and him kissing. Now, no one even knew. What's so sad is that I know who Marlo is. Marlo was on, she had got her ass a peach on Real Housewives of Atlanta. Okay, she was NeNe Leakes' good old friend. People didn't even know who Marlo was, and was like, oh, he spotted with this new girl. And I'm like, Marlo! Now I know you lying. I was like, Marlo, I know damn well Marlo ain't. So the pictures were not real. Those pictures were AI generated. Oh my goodness. Like, look at us today, y'all. Everything AI generated. Generated, y'all, AI generated, not real. I'm saying this while sipping on my Olipop, because I love Olipop, because I don't drink soda. So Olipop, 5 grams of sugar, really good stuff. We love some plant-powered, microbiome approved probiotics, botanicals, and plant fiber. It's a new kind of soda. Just saying. So while I'm sipping on my Olipop, my flavor that I'm drinking right now is watermelon lime. Different flavor. I like it though, because that's how I eat my watermelon in real life. Like in the summer when I'm having watermelon, I actually get lime and squeeze over to give it a little bit of zest. Because watermelon by itself can sometimes just be super sweet and just kind of like, not bland, but like it doesn't give me the depth. But when I put a little bit of zest, a little bit of lime on it, and some people put other like spices and stuff, but I do a little bit of a lime squeeze, it wakes it up for me. Like it just takes it to another level. And I feel like so much of the watermelon that you all eat, like the candies, like the sour candies, they add like a little bit more acidity to the watermelon flavor so it can be more pronounced. So this drink, it tastes like watermelon to me because it has that lime kick that gives that acidity. Most watermelon, like you just eat it by itself, it doesn't really have too much punk or too much acidity or citrusy. It doesn't have much kick to it. It's refreshing, but it doesn't really give you much like tang, So a lot of sour candies that people eat with watermelon, the smell, the scent, is connected to a citrus-based connection to it. And so that's the way I eat my watermelon personally. Like when I squeeze a lime on it and eat it with that, it does give it a taste that feels more of like wakes the watermelon up for me. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's like when you eat fish or you eat salmon and you like squeeze some lemon on it, it kind of just opens up the fishiness and the taste. It just does. It just opens up the palate for me. So that's how I drink it. But anyway, while I'm sipping on my Olipop, I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, this is silly. This is silly. I mean, Tyler Perry, whatever, boo. Do you? Do you? Whatever. What, like, why? Homophobia has a strangle on black men. Like, we can't be free. We can't live our truths. I mean, I live my truths. But people can't live their truths because they're in this fear. And so much of that is centered on what we're experiencing right now. It is daunting. It is daunting. And what a shame. What a shame. What a shame. So moving along to music, Harry Styles' new album, it's selling. Y'all like it. Y'all like this guy. I mean, the album I thought was pretty bland, but the first week sold 400,000 copies, continues to top the charts even the second week. Y'all like it. Okay. I'm not crazy about it. People are starting to have conversations Because September, the deadline submission for album of the year is coming. People are beginning to start to circle around possible talks of who's going to be album of the year or get nominated. Because submission deadline is due in September. People are saying that, which they're saying Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is making a triumphant appearance. She's about to start showing up to award show. She's back in the mix. I heard she's making her big first public appearance at an award show. She didn't go to the Grammys. So she's got a bunch of nominations for this album. Which isn't that good. But rumor has it she's trying to pick up a campaign to get another album of the year. I think Taylor Swift is done with album of the year. I don't know, but I just feel like at this point, you're like, girl, you sell records, it's great, but this music is not all that. It's just not. I mean, look, Faded with Philly is cool. I do like that song. I do. Opalite is cute, but like, I don't know. I'm not. We're just. I just think she's past that. She's so mainstream that the music is not artistically there. It's just mass produced bops. But I don't know. I'm not. I just don't. I don't find this music to be that. I feel like she's just become someone for the charts. Harry Styles is getting a second week for his album. But, and then look, Man I Need is number 2 on the Billboard charts. He came in number 4 with American Girls, Harry Styles did. But Choosing Texas is still number 1. Olivia Dean, baby, can we get you number 1? Can we, talk to me. They keep putting this song, Choosing Texas, by this woman named Ella Langley. It's an okay song, but I'm like, come on, Olivia Dean, let her have it. But many of the album of the year previews right now, people are saying that Harry Styles will get nominated. That's what they're saying. They're saying that Olivia Dean's album, The Art of Love, I think the album's called. The crazy part is Mr. Johnson plays that album all the time. And he plays it all the time. Every time we're in the car, we listen to it. It's called The Art of Loving. That's what it's called, The Art of Loving. He plays that album all the time. I like the album. I do. I do. She's so. I listen. She's cute. She's cute to me. I have a little straight boy crush on Olivia D. I do. I find her. She's just fun. She's a fun girl. I like her. I hang out with her. I'll talk to her. I'll be the man that she needs. I got a little lesbian crush on her. You know what I'm saying? The girl is. I swirl with her. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the stud in the relationship. I'll put on the strap. Let me stop. But I do. I like her. I do. She's cute. She's fun. You can't listen. I can't see her on stage and I have a smile. She makes me smile. She gives me that big teeth, full teeth smile like Nelly is when he sees Ashanti. Like, I don't know. I get it. I like her. People be teased. I'm like, who does not like Olivia Dean? How can you hate on her? Give her that damn Grammy. If she gets album of the year next year, I would not be mad. But I do think that Rosalia's Lux album, that's a good one. That should be nominated for album of the year for sure. Yeah, they talking about Taylor Swift. She'll get in there. She'll get nominated, whatever. Harry Styles, Olivia Dean, the album Lux. Bruno Mars, because it's Bruno Mars. Even though that album was not good. I just really think it's just a rush. But he's Bruno Mars, so he's going to get a slot. Cardi B. I think Cardi B should get a rap. She should get in the nominations. This tour she's about to do, I think this is perfect timing. I'm going to see her in a couple of weeks in Philly. I think Cardi B definitely, if you're going to give a rap album nomination, that 10 slot, she definitely deserves it for Am I the Drama. I think that is a great comeback album. Should definitely be nominated for Album of the Year. But, we're going to see what else comes out. But those are some of my early, runners. Like, I think should definitely be considered, For better or for worse, I think is in the conversation for Album of the Year nominations. Yeah. So, Lotto got a new album called Big Mama. I saw the music video. She's about to be a mama for the first time. It's cute. What's not cute, or I won't say cute, it's interesting, is that she's been hiding the baby's father. The baby father is 21 Savage. Look, he was rubbing that belly. It's a lot. Now, 21 Savage has been through a lot, okay? All the drama going on with his deportation, green card, all things. This man is married with 3 children. At first, I was like, you dirty dog. But crazy enough, apparently, allegedly, his wife liked the post. So is this man an open marriage and everybody cool with it? I guess. My only thing, though, is, and this is me, listen, take it or leave it. Lotto, you're sharing somebody's husband. Even if it's permissible, Lotto, you already playing in losing position. You're having a baby with a man who was married with children already, currently married. Listen, it's one thing to swirl and mix and mingle. I'm not judging, Emma. But for you to be celebrating your pregnancy and your announcement, which is fine, be a mother, good for you. I have nothing to say about that. But to try to celebrate this fairy tale love story with somebody's husband, that man is never going to be yours. Or is he just situation? That's somebody's husband. That man is never going to be your husband. You're literally sharing somebody's man. In a way that's it's one thing to have a situationship and have a hookup or whatever, do your thing. But you're literally in love and you're literally flaunting this announcement, and this man got a whole wife and children. See, I'm a different type of bitch. You couldn't, listen, let me say this. To my knowledge, I'm going to say it like that. To my knowledge, I have never slept with anybody's husband. To my knowledge. If I did, I did not know. Because if I did know, I would have what? I wouldn't have done it. Now, there's a lot of people that walk around here talking about situationships. Talking about how people don't know all one side of the story. Let me tell y'all something right now. Let me make this very clear to y'all. This is how problems happen. This is how people get hurt. This is how scandals happen. We oftentimes get mad and we critique people. We say, oh, we feeling judged. We feeling this, we feeling that. Let me tell y'all something. There's some people out here that got open marriages. That is their business. I don't judge people for that. If you got to understand it with your boo, that is your business. But I do think it's important to let people know when you approach them what your situation is. There's some people, I'm not naming names, but they be out here. I ain't gonna do that. This one guy I know, he stay in my comments bothering me and get on my nerves. See, I didn't talk too much. See, listen, whatever. I would just say that everybody got different relationship dynamics, and that's their business. But if you're going to be courting somebody and they do not know that you're married, you need to let them know that you should not put nobody in a position that if their values or their relationship dynamics do not align with yours, people deserve the agency to know. Now, if they know and they say, let's go, then it is what it is. Play at your own risk. But if this person does not know and you're continuing to pursue them, you got to consider their feelings. Maybe they are not in on whatever's going on. I had a situation, this was many, many years ago. Many, many years ago. There was a man that pursued my homegirl. This was over 10 years ago, so I don't feel bad sharing this story. But there was a man who pursued my homegirl, okay? Gave him her number. She looked good. He looked good. Had a whole situation. was engaged, had a whole situation. My friend and I find out until she went on the internet and saw it. My thing is, if that's what type of time you want, then that's what type of time you want. But what you don't do is you don't put a woman or anybody, for that matter, in a position where they got to find out in a way that then give them agency. Because maybe somebody does not want to find out from other people that, oh, by the way, that dude you crushing on, he got a girl already or whatever. You got to give people a choice. And if you scared that that person is not going to want to be with you because of that, well, you got to respect their agency. We always be telling certain folks, they need to disclose. They didn't let people know. People need to have the right to choose. Well, you let people know the right to choose about your what? About your marital status. Everybody be trying to tell people they ain't disclose their status, their gender, their this, their that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine, cool. Say what you want to say. Well, how about you disclose your marital status? How about that? How about you let people know what your marital status is so that they can have the right to choose whether they want to appear to be a home wrecker or a side John or not. Not everybody want to be a mistress. Some people believe in karma. Some people want to have the choice to choose and let them figure it out. Because here's one thing I noticed. Now, this is a different friend of mine, but what also is key is that there was one person, I know they're queer, that said, okay, there was a situation where this person had an open relationship. They said they wasn't mad that the person was married to somebody. They was mad that the person did not tell them because that would allow them to reset their expectations on the status of the relationship they could have had with the person. So they said that if the person would have told them, this is somebody else, that they was in an open relationship and they were married, had an open relationship, they said they would have probably still sexually pursued the person, but they said that they would have never had thoughts of a relationship or anything more because they would have never felt comfortable being in an actual relationship with somebody that is currently in another relationship. Like, it's one thing to hook up and do whatever to them, but to be actively in a relationship. So they felt upset when they found out that this person had a whole marriage because they were like having feelings like they thought they was about to see their future hubby. So, disclosure matters and agency matters, I had a situation one time when I was in college. I was a young, dumb girl. And this older guy, in retrospect, what was I doing? But anywho, cute man, nice man, decent man, took me out to dinner. He takes me out, talks to me, all the nice things. And he slides to me and say to me, I just want you to know up front, I got a fiance. Now, I was shook. I said, you with a woman? He said, no, I'm dating, I'm gay. I'm like, okay, well, okay. So you're engaged to another man. He was like, yeah, I just want you to know up front. I was like, well, I appreciate that. And I let it be known, hey, let's just be cool. Can we be cool? Because that ain't my, and he was like, oh, I figured, I sensed, I didn't want to, I knew I had to. I said, well, I wish you would have told me before you try to take me out, because now it's a little awkward. And, it was cool. We was cordial. It was cool. Moved on. They doing their thing. Crazy part is, over the years, they got married, got divorced, all the things. Didn't even work out. But I had already moved on. At that point, I just was like, huh? But what they told me is that their partner, because they said the word partner, I like to say the word, they said their partner and them had an open relationship and that it was fine as long as there was no relationship, like no actual, like committed relationship. And I was like, so you're telling me you just trying to fuck me? I am more than just a fuck. I mean, in my mind, that's where my head was at. So that wasn't gonna work anyway. Second of all, I don't need nobody. I don't like the fact that in my mind with open relationships like that somebody else knows me and what I'm doing with whoever I'm doing with. I don't need a third party up in my business. I just feel like that's just another thing. Like, how does that look like? Like, that person know you with somebody, and so then when you in public, they know you fucking a man or they girl or whatever. And everybody, that's a little uncomfortable for me. A little uncomfortable for me. Listen, if that's a progressive, I ain't that progressive then shit. Cause I can't imagine going to the grocery store and the person looking at me being like, yeah, that's the one, he didn't have my that one had my husband, that one had my what? Child, I would not want that. For me. But everybody got their own rules, their own discretions. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, can y'all please give people the agency? Because it's not always going to be like Lotto. Now, what Lotto got is that's a rich girl, a rich, light-skinned, beautiful, thick girl that got pretty privilege and all the wealth and the class and the privilege and to do those things and model that. That will not be your reality, some of y'all. Y'all will not be out here able to capitalize off of the pregnancy with a front cover of an album, calling yourself Big Mama and getting viral traction while also sleeping with one of the most notable, prominent rappers of his generation. That's a lot going on right there. Couldn't be me. Now, two things before we get to TV. Pussycat Dolls have returned. Listen, I like the song Loosen My Buttons. I don't know what's going on with these girls, with this reunion, this comeback. It's only 3 of these Pussycat Dolls. I remember they used to be like a little gang, okay? It was like 6 of them with some shit. Where the other girls went, okay? It's only 3 of them. Of course, Nicole Scherzinger, fresh off her Tony win or her theft that she took from my girl Audrey McDonald for Gypsy. But anyway, Tony Award winning actress Nicole Scherzinger has got back on the Pussycat Doll circuit. And so now they're going to be doing their thing. I don't even know if anybody really wants the Pussycat Dolls to come back. I ain't trying to be shady, but like, who asked for this girl group? Robin Anthony, like they were cool when they were cool, but I don't really know anybody that was like, we need them to come back. I know everybody got new faces and new looks. But at some point, we got to be real about it. Like, at some point, we got to be real about the current state of politics. Because so much of the conversation, I feel like, has been kind of like obtuse. Like, I feel like it's been a little bit obtuse. I feel like a lot of people have not been fully honest about that group and the drama that they have brought into the mix. I don't know. I'm just Loosen Up My Buttons was a cute ass song, okay? Loosen up my buttons, babe, ha ha, but you ain't frontin'. Say what you gon' do to me, but I'm telling you to loosen up my buttons, babe, cause I ain't frontin'. Say what you gon' do to me. I ain't seen nothing. I used to listen, that was my shit. Now that was fire. That video, that whole energy, now I can listen to that song every week. Sometimes every day. I get into my mood. The chair becomes my, listen, I like Loosen Up My Buttons. That's a hot ass song. You don't want to see me by myself doing a solo to that. Because it gets hot up in here. And I do like Don't Ya. Don't Ya used to be cute too. Don't You Wish a Girl. I used to get my life off that song. I used to think I was doing something. Young Gay Ernest was a mess. Because that used to, don't you listen. And I meant every lyric, okay? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? Listen, why don't make music like this anymore? Like, what happened to these types of songs? A little bit of attitude, a little bit of sass, innocent. You wasn't calling nobody a bitch, but you were just saying, like, don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? I'm not trying to take you, dude. I'm just saying, like, could you just have a little tease? They don't make tease music anymore. Where's the music? Where's the music? What is the music? What are we listening to? What is on the radio? What happened to the fun songs like this? They weren't meant to make Grammys. You wasn't going to win a Grammy off a song like Don't Ya. But that didn't mean you couldn't do it, I digress. They had a couple of little bops. Let me stop. But I don't need them to come back as a reunion. I don't need the reunion tour. I don't. I think that's a little too much. But I digress. Miss Tina's gumbo. I'm just gonna say, this rodeo need to hurry up and wrap it the fuck up. I'm tired of these stories. I'm tired of these stunts. Here's the thing. Now, I done sent my private investigators out there to the rodeo from Texas, from Houston, my folks, some of my people. I sent some of my private investigators. Some of y'all did y'all homework assignment. Y'all DM me, said y'all was gonna go down there and try it for me. Y'all did. Y'all then got back and gave me the results. Now, Jules, which, we talked about him last week, he's in a lot of mess all the damn time. Now, Jules, that is the grandson, gave it a 7 out of 10. I want to report back to you all that most of my spies, I sent 4 people out. I sent a black woman in her 40s. I sent a millennial that was 33, that was a gay man. I sent a straight man that was mid-30s. And I had an older woman who makes gumbo herself down there. The median average score that I got for this gumbo was a 7.2 when I did the math or whatever. It was like a 7.2. What I was told from them was that it was not god awful. That was the first thing that all of them agreed on. Everybody said it was not bad. The ranges went from decent to good. Nobody said it was great or phenomenal. But some people said it was good. And some people said it was decent. Detailed notes and descriptions about this gumbo said that some people said that they felt like it was very meat heavy. The seafood was not as much there as they would have liked for a gumbo. But they said that when they ate it in that kind of mindset, they said that it was fine. It was a meat heavy gumbo. They said it was very heavy on the sausage, heavy on the chicken, heavy on that. They didn't say it was as much seafood as they would have liked. Some people who've had a different batch said that they felt like it was a good balance of seafood and meat. So some people had different batches. But they did say that the roux of the gumbo was definitely a beef brothiness that they did not mind. They said that they didn't mind it. It didn't taste familiar to what they do, but they didn't mind it. A lot of people said to me that the spice was in between. Some people thought that the spice level was good. Some people thought they could have used a little bit more spice. But those are subjective notes on palate. People said that overall, they feel like for it to be, what made them give it a good or a decent was they said for it to be a mass-produced gumbo at a large-scale event like the rodeo, which they thought, which I'll get to that in a minute, they thought that that was not bad for something that was made for mass scale. Which did brought me to the overall themes of some of the people who cook gumbo and I knew from the area. Somebody said that they don't know why she thought it was a good idea to even do gumbo like that for a big event like that. Like they just felt like that was going to be up for scrutiny. Like a massive event where thousands upon thousands of people go to Houston Livestock Rodeo. Thousands upon thousands on a daily basis, right? They said that for people to come, that was going to be a thing. Now, when it came to the health department said they stopped it for a day or so or whatever because of clerical errors. However, somebody told me that when you're making gumbo for the masses, there's always could be a potential health risk because you're managing various different levels of sanitation. You got pork, you got beef, you got seafood, and the way in which those things have to be, handled, that it was going to be susceptible to any possible health concerns or issues because you're dealing with so many different types of species. And if it's not in a controlled enough environment, that can create liability. So they said that they didn't fault, they didn't think that the critique around Miss Tina's gumbo because of those health things. They said that actually happens to a lot of spots in New Orleans, that the health inspections and clerical errors are very typical and common because there's so many different types of species of food. Like you got seafood, you got pork, you got beef, and the way that those things must be handled and be chilled, like the way that seafood has to be handled, like you got shrimp, you got crab, like it all has to be handled a certain type of way. And that's why a lot of people don't try to mass produce gumbo because it really has to be something that is done on a smaller scale so that you can eliminate possible food allergies, risks, and things like that. Trying to mass produce it like that or mass produce it in a way that includes all of these different types of ingredients, that creates a problem. Someone said that she should have just made it a beef stew, like or a southern style gumbo. Like there's certain types of gumbos that don't have seafood, and she should have said like a certain type of gumbo did not give off the impression that it was traditional. But her trying to do all these different things, I think they thought it was a little ambitious. So fair critique. We love it. We love nuance. But they gave it overall, when I averaged the scores, that was like a 7.2 something. So not bad. Not bad. Not bad. So before we move on we're about to move on to TV. I want to say this because Dr. Parks, are you listening? Joe, are you listening? They've been trying to set a bad bitch down. Let me say this real quick. There's been rumors that Love and Hip Hop Atlanta is being canceled and that Love and Hip Hop Miami is being canceled. I am here to tell you that those are unsubstantiated, unconfirmed rumors. It is no truth. Viacom, nor BET Plus, nor any of the Viacom, Paramount companies have announced this. Now, they've been announcing the cancellations of other programs, but they have not said anything about the Love and Hip Hop franchise. So for all of you out there spreading those tweets and those posts that is unsubstantiated by no journalists or no corporations that have put on their masthead this confirmation, it is bogus. So let me watch my Love and Hip Hop in peace, okay? Love and Hip Hop Atlanta has been good this season. And Love and Hip Hop Miami is coming back in April. Because I was wondering, they left us on that cliffhanger. Well, it is coming back. It took a little break. It's coming back. And fun fact, I actually met one of the women who was in this new season. This young woman who's a talented artist. She got like blue hair. She and I partied at the Grammys together, the Grammys after party. Me and her was in line at the Grammys after party. And I got to meet her. She's so sweet. We took pictures together. And sweet girl. She is on the current season of Love and Hip Hop Miami. She's a new artist that's beefing with that one girl who does all the weird food Instagram stuff for those who watch. Well, she's on the show, and she was kikiing with me about the show and the drama going on and stuff. I wasn't listening. She gave me some tea. So that's how I knew the show wasn't canceled, because she would have known. You know, real rap. So, you know, it's a lot there. You know, it's a lot of drama connected to this. So I tell people all the time, like, don't believe the hype. But speaking of the hype, and speaking with the concerns that people are having and the things that are being said out here in these streets, because there's a lot being said right now and a lot is going on. There has been a cancellation, The Bachelorette. Now, I have not watched The Bachelorette in a long time. But Taylor, Frankie Paul, you know, is the woman who got cut. And the show is getting canceled. They have pulled the plug. They have pulled the plug on this show. Season 22 of the reality show has been canceled. Now, the reason why is because her and her ex-boyfriend, who is the father of her youngest child, are entangled in this ongoing domestic violence investigation. And there has been a video that came out that showed her being violent. So this season will not air. It would not be on ABC or Hulu. And what's crazy about this is that this cancellation came 3 days before the first episode was set to premiere. So all the folks that was hyped about The Bachelorette was excited. Even though police are reportedly investigating an alleged domestic incident involving her and her ex-boyfriend. So here's what they're saying. The Draper City Police Department, you know, they're in northern Utah, confirmed that there is an ongoing domestic assault investigation that involves Paul and her man. His name is Dakota Morstensen. Apparently, this took place around February 24th and 25th. TMZ published this footage that came from 2003, 23, mind you, that shows her throwing chairs at him while her child was reportedly nearby. So a lot of people was calling for the show to be canceled because they was outraged by this. She's released a statement. She released a statement and said, and it says that Taylor is grateful for ABC's support as she prioritizes her family's safety and security. After years of silently suffering extensive mental and physical abuse, as well as threats of retaliation, Taylor is finally gaining the strength to face her accuser and taking steps to ensure that she and her children are protected from any further harm. There are too many women who are suffering in silence as they survive aggressive, jealous ex-partners who refuse to let them move on with their lives. Taylor has remained silent out of fear of further abuse, retaliation, and public shaming. She is currently exploring all of her options, seeking support, and preparing to own and share her own story. Oh, child. So allegedly, they're saying that the spoiler has leaked it out that now the show is canceled, we don't know what's going on. The narrative is that she apparently gave the final rose to this 28-year-old lifeguard named Doug Mason, and that the couple allegedly got engaged. However, the tea is that apparently they broke up because she never got over her ex, allegedly. Now, this guy's named Steve Carbone. He is the reality Steve. He's a reality TV blogger and Bachelor Nation blogger known for leaking spoilers. So he always spills the tea. And so he is saying that she is no longer with this guy, Doug Mason anymore, nor is she with Dakota. She just can't seem to move on from him, is what he has put out in the blogs, allegedly. Now, there's a lot going on here. People are saying that it's possible that her season could air eventually, but they're not certain. ABC could lose tens of millions of dollars if the season never airs, including licensing fees paid to Warner Brothers, unscripted television, marketing costs, and lost advertising revenue. And while ABC did make the call to pull the show, it doesn't actually own it. So the insiders say that Warner Brothers executives are currently taking a wait-and-see approach, allegedly, to, remaining in contact with ABC as they figure out what the next steps are. So it's getting a little messy. But she's been on a lot of stuff, though. Like, she was on The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives and would have been the first Bachelorette to come from a different reality TV show franchise. That's a problem. I feel like ABC got desperate and The Bachelor is done. I think The Bachelorette is done. I think the fact that they got desperate, they put another reality show star into the middle of this is why they're in the clusterfuck. I think let's keep original shows. Let's put some new people on TV if that's what you want to do. But stop bringing all these reality show stars into the mix. I just feel like that they were just desperate for ratings, and everything about this was going to give big ratings. But when you get a big star like that, you also get big liabilities. So that's that. I wasn't really going to watch it anyway, but a lot of you all, have been talking about this show, and looks like it's a wrap. So that's that. Well, this, spring is finally here. I'm going to take some time to enjoy the spring. This week is going to be a fabulous week. I'm actually looking forward to a lot of fun things. There's a lot of fun things in store. I got a lot of cool things coming up, and I'm excited, I just want to start off by telling you that tomorrow, Tuesday, March 24th, is a very important day in my life. 2 years ago on March 24th, I crossed into the Mighty Road chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And it'll be 2 years on Tuesday, tomorrow, okay? So if you listen to this, wish your brother a happy Alphaversary. Your favorite Alpha, unless, you got a sibling or something. But I'm your favorite Alpha. Your favorite Alpha is celebrating his 2-year anniversary. 2 years in Alpha. My Alphaversary is going to be on Tuesday. So there's going to be a lot of celebration with that with my line, and we're going to get together and do some big things. So I'm going to be super, super, super Alpha this week. It's going to be a super Alpha week. You're going to see a lot of black and gold on my timeline. But I am super happy about that. And there's going to be some other cool events and things coming up. Just some good moments, some good outings. I'm definitely hitting these streets. New restaurants, socials. I'm gonna be out this week. It's gonna be a good time in the Ernest Me Empire universe. So that is everything for now. And as always, be well and be best.
Earnestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Earnestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.